NASCAR on Fox welcomes you to NASCAR Cup Series racing from Bristol on the dirt, presented by Coyote Tractors. Darrell Waltrip is the king of Bristol. 12 victories, including 7 in a row. Nobody here did it better. And he returns tonight to help us bring you this great event for the NASCAR Cup Series. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Bristol. Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, old buddy back with us, Clint Boyer. Happy Easter, everybody. You think all these beautiful, brightly colored Easter eggs? We got 36 of them lined up out there to put on a show. How about it?
Well, I tell you, I think it's changing the guard to me. There's something's got to give. You got all the young guys up front. You got all the old guys in the back. Are they going to run? When are they going to cross over and be the other way around? That I don't know. That's what we're going to see tonight.
I think they're going to cross over tonight. And who are those guys, right? Who are the regulars? I think tonight, the ones to keep an eye on are the guys with the dirt experience, the dirt background. A Christopher Bell, if you will, starting on the outside front row. Kyle Larson, big-time dirt racer, racing all over the country. The other side of that, the flip side of that equation, look at a Kevin Harvick, a Denny Hamlin, big names of this sport. Starting at the back, it's going to be fun to watch those guys, see what they can do coming up through the field.
The lineup is determined by heat finishing positions and passing points in those heats. Here's the Coyote Tractor starting lineup. Cole Custer second in his heat plus passing points. He and Christopher Bell will share the front row.
Let's dial up Christopher Bell. Hey, Christopher Bell, it's Boyer, DW, Michael Joy, up here in the Fox Sports booth. You got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy, you've been fast all weekend long. I'm dubbing you one of the favorites starting outside front row. What do you expect for this racetrack, and how are you going to keep up with it?
Yeah, keeping up with it's going to be the tough part. I think the guy who succeeds here earliest is going to be the freest car, and then it's going to definitely change, and you're going to be nice. You're going to need to be nice and snug at the end of the race for sure.
Well, you scared ODW in that pace car. We had a lot of fun with you. Appreciate that. Hold a pretty wheel out there. Good luck, man.
It's going to be tough to hold a pretty wheel here.
All right. Christopher Bell outside pole. Everything is different at Bristol on the dirt, including pit road. Regan Smith and Jamie Little.
Exactly, Mike. You look down here on pit road, it's kind of quiet. So what's missing? The pit crews. The pit crews are at home working with their families, watching us right now on TV. So it's the regular mechanics who work on these cars who will go over the wall and service. Now we have non-competitive pit stops tonight. That means when the caution comes out for the stage breaks, they'll park it here, they'll shut it off, they'll get the service, fuel and gas, and clean their windshields. That is it. Also, they have their normal toolboxes here. They don't have those big fancy pit boxes that you see engineers sitting on, because right there, the crew chiefs are watching from atop the haulers, Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie Little, when you look at the start of the lineup, 7 of the top 8 guys, all very extensive dirt racing backgrounds. That's because the heat races yesterday, the track was wet. Then we go further back in the field. We see our veterans towards the back of the field. A guy like Kevin Harvick, perhaps, or Denny Hamlin. They are desperate for this racetrack to dry out tonight. They want a dry racetrack. That's going to be the best thing for them. Larry Mack, it's great to have you back at the track.
Well, it's great to be back here, Regan. You know, no track surface changes more than a dirt surface over the course of the race. You heard Christopher Bell reference that. The strategy is simple. Pit for 4 tires at the end of the 2 stages, but the real key, Mike, what adjustments you have to make to keep up with this ever-changing track.
Absolutely, Larry. The track will change. How will the drivers fare? Clint, how are we going to get this party started tonight?
I think we better have him do it, don't you think?
Just one more time. How about for old time's sake?
Oh, man, you know, I look so forward to this, and it's going to be a great race. I can't wait to get it started.
All right, DW.
We'll do it then.
All right, I'm waiting on the boys. Again, they're coming. Here they come. Get ready, get ready. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
There it is.
Ah.
Chase Briscoe, the dirt track ace, trying to muscle his way to the front. He leads lap 1.
Well, he did. He went right through the middle and took the lead. That was pretty impressive.
Got that thing straight off the 2. You know, had a really good bite, traction, hooked those rear tires up, and away he went.
Okay, I owe you $1, Clint.
You know, one thing I see already is those guys, you heard his comments, need to be free when the track's tacky. And you can see at the front of those cars, this thing is tacky right now. You see him sliding sideways, need a free race car. As it dries out, quite the opposite.
Christopher Bell looks pretty racy too. He's got his nose in the back of that 14.
We're back at 11th place here with Austin Dillon, chasing Chase Elliott behind Kyle Busch. There's been some 3 wide running early on with Ricky Stenhouse. Imagine Ricky way up high.
Never has there ever been a scenario where you want to be up front, qualify up front, have good a heat race, good qualifying effort. You see Chase Briscoe, how hard he pushed off a 2 on the first lap to get the lead. Look at that vision. That's exactly why you want to be up front.
Bubba Wallace underneath Ricky Stenhouse, and Clint, it looked like Ricky got bogged down up there in that high stuff.
Ricky's always on that cushion, always on the hammer. Doesn't surprise me a bit. He's already at the outside. Look at this. Speaking of outside, Christopher Bell making a move on Chase Briscoe for the lead.
I do notice those windshields. The track is pretty tacky. It was a lot of mud flying around, so that's going to mess with the windshields early on.
Needs to be, though. This is a time you have to start tackies if you want a good racetrack when the timing's right.
3rd place, Tyler Reddick. Underneath our pole sitter, Cole Custer.
Some of our favorites right there in the screen. Ty Dillon in the 42 car. He had a great heat race. Won his heat race, but Reddick and Kyle Larson, I expect those cars to be up front competing for this win at the end of the race.
I expect Kyle Larson to get up there pretty quick. He likes this kind of racetrack, man. He loves the dirt.
Don't you sleep on that 8 car. Looking for his first win, and I think it could come tonight.
He does look good. I'd say that.
Chase Briscoe trying to hold off Christopher Bell, who now looks to the high side. Kevin Harvick said yesterday, whatever Chase Briscoe says, that's what we're doing. He is the dirt racing ace at Stewart-Haas.
Fantastic race for the lead. Christopher Bell hounding on him. He's a little bit better in 3 and 4. Looking to Chase Briscoe's outside. We'll see. I don't think he's quite close enough this lap. But again, Darrell, looking at this racetrack, it already is starting to get a slick look on the bottom of the racetrack.
Here is Cole Custer now in 5th place, talking temperatures.
290 water. Copy. I'm sure you're not the only one here. Try to hit somebody's bumper.
Hey, try to knocking that dirt off.
Yeah.
There it is. You can see on the front of the car. Everybody has a little bit different scenario
that
in
thing
what
is
he's doing.
covered.
He looks like he has an outerwear on the front of it versus some other things. You can see the 9 car. See how it's all cleared off? The 45 the same way. The 3 car is a little bit more packed up than those 2.
That's why I was talking about the track being so tacky, Mike. A lot of loose dirt flying around, sticking to the nose of these cars. There could be some overheating problems.
But some of them are going to do better than others because of the scenario in which they try to do. 41, Cole Custer already coming in.
So the pole sitter, Custer, who did such a great job in the heat passing cars, he's in to knock that off. Regan.
Mike, that's exactly what crew chief Mike Shiplett said. Clean the grill and send them right back out as quick as possible.
Well, you see the difference between the 8 and the 5. The grills on those cars, very different approach.
Absolutely. Again, everybody in the garage area had a little bit different idea on how to overcome that obstacle. That 20 car that just went by Christopher Bell, you see his nose is clean. That 9 car, I keep saying it, that thing was full of mud on the front of it, but the nose, that radiator area was definitely clean.
Kevin Harvick said his goal was to not get lapped in stage 1. He's gone a lap down.
Yeah, Harvick's really slow.
Looks like Cole, Cole Custer's teammate, Eric Almirola, he is pitting as well.
And caution is out at lap 13.
Could be. Is that a competition call? Caution? They don't have one?
No, but in our NASCAR meeting, the officials said if these grills plugged up, we would throw a caution flag, bring everybody down pit road so nobody gains competitive advantage, and have them scrape that off. "14 laps in the books. Chase Briscoe out of Indiana with a great dirt track background has led them all. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Ford, built for America, and by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. 17 laps complete. Busch Light is serving up tall, grande, and Trenta prizes during every commercial break that get larger and larger with each stage. So follow Busch Beer on Twitter. You'll find out how you could win a latte cool stuff today. So mandatory pit stop on this caution so everybody can clean up. Regan?
Well, Mike, the Stewart-Haas cars, obviously some of the ones that had more of the issues with the noses getting covered up with dirt. These teams had the option to run different types of noses this week on the grill screens. The Stewart-Haas cars, for the most part, had a flat grill screen on the nose. They didn't extend it out to allow air to escape behind where the air would normally come into the nose. So of the cars out here that have a problem, 3 of the Stewart-Haas cars, they all had that same flat one. The only one of their team that did not, the 14 of Chase Briscoe, had the extension on his. Jamie?
You see we're continuing on Chase Elliott's grill. All the Hendrick cars, no overheating issues. Cars seem to be pretty good too. The 5 of Larson said there's a lot of grip in the track. He said this shouldn't be a problem after this stop. The grills shouldn't get clogged up like they have been, Larry.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm with Brian Patty, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s crew chief. Brian ran 17 laps, a lot of grills clogged up. Were you fighting any heating issues at all?
No, we planned accordingly. We knew this last year. We came prepared for mud and/or the dry slick, and no, we wasn't ready for this. And it's a shame because our car was just coming in. Ricky was starting to become passing through the middle there, and I just wish they could communicate a little better upstairs.
Well, I could tell he was very frustrated, Mike, when they threw that caution.
Yeah, his car was fine. There were a number of them. The grills were not clogged. Some were, some weren't. And NASCAR decided we'll waive the caution and we'll bring everybody in so nobody loses position for stopping under this caution. Now, what about Cole Custer, who was the first to stop and is 2 laps down?
We're going to be screwed right when we go back green because it's going to throw mud again, and we have the wrong grill screen on. No, it was completely solid, packed with mud. Probably still would have been better with the other one, so it had something though, right? This is the same one we've run all weekend. Yeah, but it's never thrown this much mud.
Yep.
I'd say he's clogged up.
That's that outer where you see, it's just everybody has a little bit different opinion on how to tackle that. I liked what I saw on Brian Patty's, how that grill was, it had some separation.
Yes.
If that thing was to pack solid, you still had a way for air to get in behind it.
Yeah.
Now, Custer did not pit. He has that election not to pit. He's right behind the safety car, and he will take the wave around and get one of his laps back and be on the tail end. Let's take a look at tonight's Ford Performance Track Facts. 490 total races on dirt for the Cup Series, beginning, of course, in 1949, the first NASCAR sanctioned strictly stock race, what became the Cup Series. Jim Roper from Kansas, the winner. The most recent one, Joey Logano, in 2021 at Bristol. Both driving Fords. Jamie?
Well, NASCAR just told all the teams, ask the drivers that they'll go up in the fluff and try to pack it. So you see a lot of them going up toward the wall to try to pack that area. You see Kyle Busch there. So working on the track on this break.
Yeah, rolling in that cushion, that's something that you expect to see. Any dirt track in the country, you'll watch them roll that cushion in, rolling it in higher and higher and higher. This thing will get up there, and finally that cushion will start drying out, and that's when that fluff conversation starts coming up. But for right now, that's just a good old-fashioned cushion.
We'll just put that in the bank and get to it later. How's that?
That's right.
So remember, these were non-competitive pit stops. That means the teams will line up in the order in which they entered pit road. Nobody loses a lap. And because they're non-competitive, pit stall location really doesn't matter. So the teams are grouped by organization. All the Hendrick cars together on pit road, all the Penske cars together, and so forth. Daniel Suarez wearing our visor cam tonight. So let's get to know Chase Briscoe, who's led all but one lap of this race. He hails from Mitchell, Indiana. He won an ARCA title. He owns a sprint car team. He's been Rookie of the Year in all of NASCAR's 3 National Series.
Third generation driver, a lot of dirt background in his family. Come out an Indiana boy. I know it didn't surprise me a bit to see him rifle that 14 car to the front.
We'll take a quick break and get ready to race once again on the dirt in Bristol. You still have a chance to win $25,000 of Clint's cash tonight. Play Fox Bet Super 6. Just scan the QR code now. Enter your 6 picks into the Stage 2 contest for your free chance to win. Clint's bank account is $85,000 poorer already this year.
Oh, it hurts, but it's a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun with this Stage 2 contest. I'm telling you, free app, free to play. Tonight is the night. $25,000. Come and get it, folks.
I love it.
Darrell, you're not eligible.
No,
I'm sorry.
No, I just like to know where you got $25,000. That's what I'd like to know.
We'd all like to know.
I like what I see right here. See that kid? He was pouting. His favorite driver must have had trouble. She's looking good.
All right, now Kevin Harvick dropped back earlier and won a lap down prior to the caution flag.
They keep yelling at us to drop back. And drop back, something to fix it. I don't know, I've been arguing with him. I mean, not arguing, but trying to talk to John. He's been nice about it, but I can't get nowhere with him. He can't get nowhere with the tower.
Well, it's been a rough start to the season for Kevin Harvick. Continues here tonight. It's been a while since Harvick visited Victory Lane.
Man, look at that.
Yeah, it was here, as a matter of fact.
So,
different scenario, had asphalt on it, or concrete, but
Concrete.
hey, all that guy needs, you let him get a little bit of confidence and a victory underneath of him, he is dangerous.
timing and scoring is showing Eric Almirola back on the lead lap. Kevin Harvick 1 lap down. Cole Custer took the wave around. He is 1 lap down as we get ready to race.
Darrell, this whole place was always hard to get a hold of and get up through that gearbox on a restart. Can you imagine how doing all of that just like we always did, but now you're trying to hook that thing up on dirt?
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody really clean the tires up all that much either. They've been riding around here quite a bit, so we'll see how this restart goes. Could be interesting.
Well, that's because they're always dirty, Darrell.
There is
Tires
no
are always dirty. I know
Oh,
that.
please.
They don't have mud stuck in them, though.
There is no lane choice in effect for this race, except for the leader. Chase Briscoe has chosen the outside on Christopher Bell. Pace truck is in. Green flag.
What do you think? Was there any wheel spin, or was that pretty clean?
Tyler Reddick is the only one that I saw in the 8 car. A little bit of wheel spin, trying to get it hooked up. And look at here, all your dirt boys are on that outside. Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick are about the only ones. But I'm telling you, that 42 car of Ty Dillon, he was extremely impressive in the heat race. And he's holding strong with some of the best dirt racers in the country.
Whoa, baby, he's in there tight. Got Christopher Bell right up under him. Woo!
And Dillon holding pace with Bell. They might trade a little bit of wrap there. We used to say paint, but you know.
Yeah.
And Dillon gets third.
I think Bell let him go. I think he said, okay, it's not time for that. There is a time for that, but not right now.
Kyle Busch on the outside in 5th. Here comes Reddick for 6th. Kurt Busch has gained 3 spots since the start of this race. J.J. Yaley has been running up on the cushion. He's picked up 6 positions since the start of this race. And keeps running it 3 wide. That's Yaley in the 15 tonight.
Yeah, way up high. High, wide, and handsome, burning that cushion in. Doesn't surprise me. Another really good, outstanding dirt racer, J.J. Yaley.
I think we got to race for the lead here, guys. I'll tell you, that 5 car is doing everything he can to get around Chase Briscoe. He's giving it all he's got.
Well, I like how he's moving down. If you watch him, Daryl, he'll get this car rotated, get it set, and then really get a straight drive up off. I think that straight drive, as soon as if he can get that preferred groove where Chase Briscoe's running, it'll be lights out for a little while.
Whoa,
he had to live.
Yeah,
wasn't that cool? And how obvious it was with the flames coming out of it?
I love it. There's one thing I love about Kyle Larson. He's always digging.
The other thing I loved about that, you see Chase Briscoe. He saw him coming. His spotter told him, and he saw him in the rear view. Made an adjustment with his driving line. Moved up, found that cushion, drove back off from Kyle Larson.
Briscoe's got a pretty darn good car, Clint. I mean, he's running all over the track. He's running a little high now and still making great time.
I tell you who is struggling, in my opinion, is Christopher Bell. Car looks a little bit loose.
I agree.
Looking back from Bell on our Toyota cam at Kyle Busch in 5th. Pretty much single file here through the top 10.
You know, if you go back and listen to his comments from the radio, though, he kind of told us, hey, I need to be a little bit free on the front side of this run. Maybe over adjusted. Probably one that will make it, you know, tighten his baby up under that 75-lap stage caution.
Bubba Wallace top to bottom using the whole width of the racetrack to stay ahead of Michael McDowell and try to chase down Ricky Stenhouse and Chris Buescher. That threesome is racing for 12th.
Listen to him. The throttle, just treating that old throttle pedal like it's got an egg underneath of it.
Pumping that baby.
Drive these cars a lot more with your throttle than you do with your hands on a dirt race. And I think it's, you know, on full display right here, listening to the throttle traces of Bubba Wallace.
4th place, here comes Kyle. Down to the inside on his Joe Gibbs teammate, Christopher Bell.
Kyle's car looks really good, Mike. He's right around the bottom. Doesn't look like it's too sideways. Getting good forward bite. Really hooking that bottom nice. Off turn 2. Looking good.
And Busch moves to 4th. Bell, the early leader, back to 5th. Tries the crossover, but not going to make that pass. It's a chance for Reddick and Austin Dillon to capitalize. We are halfway through stage 1 in the Bristol Dirt Race. Chase Briscoe out front. Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series from Bristol on Fox, presented by Coyote Tractors. Chase Briscoe's been out in front for all 47 laps. Kyle Larson 6/10 behind.
Really good laps by Chase Briscoe, and I love it. It takes me back to, you know, that 5-car Kyle Larson got to his bumper, Darrell, moved him up the racetrack, made an adjustment, found that cushion, and really drove off from him. But I'm telling you, I'm excited to see these lap cars. Who can get through them the best?
How about Kyle Larson, Jamie?
Well, Mike, he was one of 300 cars that clobbered the wall throughout this weekend as he goes for the lead right now. Clobbered the wall, they were able to fix it. We've got a problem with Chase Briscoe, but they're telling Kyle Larson Briscoe was shifting every single lap as he takes the lead for the first time today.
14's got a flat tire,
Yeah,
I
he's
think.
got a right rear down, I'm thinking. I definitely think he's got a...
Yep, right
Hold
rear.
the brake, hold the brake. Try and get it back rolling.
And he's brought out the caution flag at lap 49.
All lined up. Outside, outside, out.
That's too bad because that car was really, really hooked up. And then all of a sudden, it just went away and had that flat right rear.
Something's broke. I don't know what it is. Here, it'll help us on pit road.
It's your tire. You broke your tire.
Second caution flag of the night. Here's your Goodyear aerial coverage view.
Just barely hit it, but you can see how it went down. I'm wondering if that low air that we're seeing, you know, all weekend long, you see these cars really down on low air. He's up in that cushion, Darrell. It's getting kind of rough up there and really tacky, a lot of grip.
Yeah, I don't know what he had, if he had lower air than some of the other guys, because that car was really hooked up.
Yeah.
He was going.
Chase Briscoe's first ever race was in a quarter midget in 2001 on dirt. He won the heat, went on to win the feature. First time in a race car. He's led 48 laps here tonight, but now he brings out the second caution. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. 54 laps complete, getting ready for the restart. Kyle Larson, your new leader, chooses the outside against Ty Dillon. There in the back straightaway. Christopher Bell on the outside of Kyle Busch. Both Busch brothers up in the top 7, and neither one has a dirt track racing background.
I am really impressed with OT Ty, holding strong with some of the best in this 42.
Chase Briscoe makes a pit stop, stays on the lead lap after replacing a tire. Here we go. Green flag.
Guarantee you one thing, Larson was ready to go.
Clear up for Dillon in second, Bell in third.
That 42 car looks pretty racy. I mean, he's getting down in the corner really nice. Not getting off quite as good as maybe Christopher Bell, but he is getting down into the corner. Watch him go down in turn 1.
Yeah, talk about brothers. The Dillons are second and fourth.
That's a great point, and it's going to be interesting. That 20 of Christopher Bell is going to need to get up, or just like you said, Ty Dillon's brother, that 3 car will get to his outside and make this pass.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, I'm with Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson's crew chief. Cliff, you've got the lead, about 18 laps to go before the stage. Where are you at right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's done a great job working the track so far and just trying to work traffic. The track's in really good shape. Credit to Bristol Motor Speedway. The HinderCars.com Chevy is fast. Happy Easter to all the families at home. And long ways to go, but car's looking okay right now.
Mike, this may be one of the most intense individuals I've ever watched on top of a pit box.
Well, for you to say that, Larry, that's saying a lot.
I was going to say Larry said that.
Boy,
Yes,
they're
sir.
3-4 wide back there around Brad Keselowski and Harrison Burton. Wow.
Yeah, there's a big log jam in the back.
Traffic jam.
Watch the contact here.
Yeah, what's his traffic jam? The 9, he checks up, and the 2 gets into the 9, and
Yaley had to.
Yaley gets up into the 2.
Had
and
to check up.
Here comes 43, and
the accordion effect, right? Yeah, just keep going, Daryl.
Casual contact.
Casual.
I don't know, casual if you're up here.
Good hole behind here.
Stenhouse inside of Justin Haley, who won his qualifying heat yesterday, and Todd Gilliland, who was one of the fastest in practice in that 38.
You know what I like about dirt? You can hammer into a guy beside of you, and it doesn't really hurt you. Slides him up a little bit, you get a little bit, but it doesn't really spin you out.
Wow.
That's what I love about this race car with a composite body, and the huge, biggest difference. You already saw Kevin Harvick bouncing off of Cody Ware on the inside. You wouldn't have been able to get away with that last year with a steel body.
No.
Couple old friends, Denny Hamlin and Daniel Suarez, going at it here.
Well, they're not friends tonight, beating and banging on each other.
Inside the 6.
I think he's going to get clear here off of 4. Finally.
Tyler Reddick in 8th place. Car number 8. He's been trying hard on Joey Logano here. Gets right that close. Oh, big slide for the 48.
Boy, I'll tell you, Bowman, he was just about out of here. He caught it.
Caught it in turn 2, but lost a lot of ground.
Saw the 22 jump the cushion there, had to get out of the gas. Tyler Reddick made an evasive move, looked to his inside. This group right here, I'm telling you, this race is really heating up. Race for 3rd place. Austin Dillon in the 3 car. You see the 20 of Christopher Bell. He's loose. You can see him hanging on to that thing. Watch how tough it is for him getting into this corner. See, that thing gets sideways, and this is where the 3 car jumps on him and is all over the back of the 20 car.
Yeah, the 3's nice and straight up off the corner. 20, he's sideways.
I think it's going to take a slide job, Daryl, to get around him.
I tell you though, Bell is so good on dirt. I mean, he knows that. He knows what he's doing. Even when his car's that loose, he still got a good control over it.
Don't you think that cat in that 3 car doesn't know his way around a dirt track? A lot of background too.
He's a good little dirt racer.
Austin Cindric just got a rear bumper full of Eric Jones. Maybe Eric was trying to clean the grill, do you think?
Yeah.
Have a look here.
Oh, not clear. Looking to his outside, Austin Cindric moved up.
He is relentless. 43 is relentless, so he went right back after him. He didn't give him a chance to straighten up much.
All right, we're listening on Tyler Reddick, still in 8th place.
Randall, be ready. The right front looks soft. Looks soft? The right front looks soft. Like it might be going down. Be ready.
Got to make it 6 more laps to the end of stage 1. That tire looks up to me.
Looks fine to me.
Well, it was off of that contact where they were talking about with Logano. I don't know. I think it looks fine.
I think it's great. Stand on it.
Logano holds 7th, at least for the moment.
We're coming to the end of the stage, man. Just stand on it.
Well, Joey, you can hear it in his throttle. He has his hands full.
And here comes Ryan Blaney into this mix for 7th place.
Blaney should be pretty good on the dirt, too. He's got some dirt experience. And
His father and his grandfather and his uncle, right?
It runs in the family, right? Family affair.
Blaney started 25th. He has climbed to 9th.
Clinton and I are going to wear each other out. He pokes me. One gets sideways down. He pokes me. I poke him. They straighten him up and keep going.
2 to go. The pits, of course, are closed with 2 to go in the stage. Kyle Larson's opened up 1.9 seconds on Ty Dillon, who has about half a second on Christopher Bell and Austin Dillon. Kyle Busch in 5th.
You know what I love about Larson? I mean, it's almost like he knew what this track was going to do. He got a car in the wall at turn 3.
Justin Allgaier.
Looked like he.
Caution down.
So that will end stage 1. Kyle Larson picks up his first stage win of the year. And Allgaier ends up against the inside wall as stage 1 comes to a close.
Live after stage one, we're just outside Bristol Motor Speedway before we take you back inside for the rest of this dirt race on Easter evening. This Fox NASCAR primetime special. Glad you're a part of it. Hope you're having a great holiday weekend. Along with Michael Waltrip and Jamie McMurray, I'm Chris Myers. Back to the guys upstairs and our reporting crew in just a moment. A quick recap of what we have seen and what we expected to see. And when you go to a dirt track, well, it can get in the way of things. Chase Briscoe got out and led the first 48 laps.
Yeah, but then we had some problems with mud caking on the grills, and we threw a caution flag so the teams could correct that, Jamie. Chase Briscoe really looked strong early.
Oh, yeah, Chase Briscoe looked like the car to beat. You see right here, though, he had a flat tire, slides up, actually ends up spinning out, Michael, but gets lucky. No contact, caution comes out. He's back in this race, will be a contender by the end.
Kyle Larson in the Hendrick 5. Remember the Hendrick cars, the Chevys, they've won half of the races this year. He's your stage one winner. We're going to hear from him in just a moment. So the track is going to change. Who adjusts to that track will determine who's going to ultimately win this race.
You're right, Chris. And I talked to Denny Hamlin earlier today, and he liked the track if it would get kind of slicker. He said his car was really tight in the corners. He says it gets slicker, he's going to be good. He's driven from the back of the field up inside the top 20. Watch Hamlin in the second half.
Yeah, the car I got my eye on is Christopher Bell. He did not look good initially when the track was tacky, very, very wet, moisture in the track. But it looked like he got better as that run went on. The unknown, though, Chris, is going to be the conditioning of the track. We saw some equipment out on the track. How much water is NASCAR going to put on this between the stages? It's going to play a huge factor, like he said, for Denny Hamlin or maybe a Christopher Bell.
A couple of other names, the Dillons, Austin Dillon, Ty Dillon, and J.J. Yaley working his way through the field, the dirt track guy. Will be here throughout the race. Right now, let's head to Jamie Little.
And Kyle Larson, who has led 27 laps so far, came on the radio and told the team, I don't think this track is going to change much in stage two. He said it's going to get a little bit wider, but my balance is good. I don't really need any adjustments. And then Cliff Daniels came over to him, actually picked up the right rear tire and put it on the wall to show his driver how good the wear was. He was concerned after he saw Chase Briscoe come in. So working together, they have plenty of time, but no changes needed for the 5-car, Regan.
Well, Jamie, Christopher Bell, also another one of those drivers that's happy with his car, been up front all night so far. That race car needs to be freed up just a little bit on throttle for him after the yellow came out earlier. Other than that, wants a very small adjustment with it, and something you don't see very often. Christopher Bell, under caution, still working inside that race car, actually cleaning the inside of his windshield with a Swiffer that they've attached in the car for him to be able to help himself out when he can't see quite as good as he wants. Larry Mack?
Well, Regan, I found me a gambler. Travis Mack, crew chief for Daniel Suarez. You decided to stay out probably about 50 or 55 green flag laps. Are you racing the 250 or are you racing the radar?
No, we're going to race the 250. We thought this was a good opportunity to get our track position in the race. It's too hard to drive up to first place, so why not take the track position right now? And I think the car's pretty good. We just need to get up front and lead this thing.
Are you surprised Moore didn't stay out?
I am. After last night's truck race, I thought a lot more would stay out right here.
All right, Mike, I love a gambler. You know me.
Absolutely. His teammate Ross Chastain also stayed out, and so did Chase Briscoe. They will be the leaders when we restart. Kyle Larson has just won his first stage of the season. Saturday, USFL action continues on Fox at noon Eastern, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Then at 7 Eastern on FS1, Birmingham against the Houston Gamblers. Had a successful launch last night across Fox and NBC. Action continues Saturday.
Let's dial up that stage 1 winner, DW.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Kyle Larson, it's Boyer up in the booth. You got us?
What's up, Boyer?
Man, oh man, you got that 5-ball rolling. What do you think about this racetrack? I heard you didn't make many changes with your car. What do you like so far?
Yeah, but the track is pretty good here. It's just slick across to some moisture, 3/4 of the way up. So I think that's just going to keep inching its way up the racetrack until it gets close to the wall. I would say sometime after this stage here. So my balance is still pretty good. I feel like I can maneuver okay around the cushion and still get decent drive off. So yeah, we'll see what we can do here on this next restart.
Buddy, sounds good to me. Sounds like a plan. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Larson will line up fourth because 3 drivers in front of him stayed out and did not pit. Justin Allgaier, watch the orange car at the bottom of your screen.
Oh.
After what looked like a bit of contact, straight up and into the wall, and Allgaier has taken that car behind the wall. Kevin Harvick has got the free pass. And we'll be back on the lead lap. That leaves Cole Custer and Cody Ware 1 lap down.
I'm telling you, the 14 of Briscoe, Suarez, Chastain that stayed out. You got weather in the air. We really haven't talked about that because I'm scared to, but we do have the old vortex theory, DW, up here tonight. So no worry about that with Travis Mack. But if it does come, I think the Briscoe, Chastain, Suarez idea staying out could be the winning combination.
I like that one car, Chastain. He looks like he's ready to go to me.
Well, Daniel Suarez led 58 laps here last year, his most in a race. He's part of the Coca-Cola Racing family, and he's your leader. Austin Dillon is 7th, Joey Logano 10th, Denny Hamlin 24th. Again, we remind you, non-competitive pit stops. Cars come out of the pits in the same position in which they entered. NASCAR decided that because we have a dirt racetrack, a paved pit road, and a difficult transition. Here's Daniel Suarez and company.
You're going to have the 5 and the 20 lined up on the outside behind you. You know where they're committed to? I got this, buddy. Don't you worry.
I love Suarez.
I do too.
You know what I love? He got Tootsies on the side of his car.
Oh,
That's
my favorite bar. Boy, we ought to go there some night. You'd be fun to go there, huh?
That's your. I can't
keep up.
No, I can't.
Think
go
you
there.
got a night of Tootsies?
Nah, I can't do it, pal.
I'll take your ticket then.
You go on down there.
But I think that's great conversation, and what he meant by that is do not let that 5 car around your outside.
All right, they're coming around to the Geico restart zone, and that will be the beginning of stage 2. 75 laps. Remember, halfway is lap 125. That would be an official race. Here we go, and Suarez is on it.
Whoa, what the heck?
And Chastain was not.
No, he went nowhere.
I think you might see a different 20 in Christopher Bell now with an adjustment. Might make some of those moves.
Yeah.
Or,
if he doesn't get taken out, if the 14 don't take him out, we might see a good 20. I don't know.
He's holding that 14 down pretty hard, though.
14's got a pretty good hot rod.
Even he's got 18 tight. He's by half to the 18 now. Still out there.
Remember, Briscoe did not stop at the end of the stage. Now, when he stopped for the flat tire, he was allowed to change only that wheel, not the other 3.
You know what I see, Mike? It looks like the cars that can get into the corner without getting real loose, getting real sideways, they really make a lot of time. Little loose off, which is pretty good. Tight in, loose off. I like that.
But you're on to something, and you're exactly right. If you're loose in, you're just sliding for all your life, and you're completely out of the gas and lose all your momentum. You need to be tighter getting into the corner, and then pick up, have a free car where it'll rotate where you can get the throttle down.
Chase Briscoe is the only car in the top dozen in the low groove. Everyone else has gone to the top of the racetrack. That hole closed up before he could get there.
Boy, that 20 car got real out of shape. He gathered it up, but man, he was out of shape. Car looks like it's pretty loose.
Darrell, he's in great shape.
That's
the way he runs on dirt, right?
It must be. It works pretty good.
Great battle for fourth place side by side, as Larson draws a bead on Suarez for the lead.
How about Daniel Suarez? Giving that 5 fits, taking that outside line away. Kyle Larson wants that cushion. That's where he found all that speed, but you can't go through him, Darrell. Got to figure out a way around that 99.
No, but I like what Suarez said. He said, don't worry, I got this, and he's got it right now.
Jamie.
Daniel Suarez trying to push that group wider. They told him, be patient on exit. They just told him, too, stop looking in your rearview mirror. Don't look at him now, but he's close.
Don't look back.
Well, when you're looking back, you're losing time. We know that.
I hate to say this, but I wish they didn't have mirrors at this dirt track. It's probably not a very popular opinion, but I've never been in a dirt car with a mirror in it.
I wouldn't know. All the cars I ever drove had a mirror.
A lot of places.
Had 3 of them.
A lot of places, no mirrors, no radios. Just drive it.
I want to see everything. I want to see inside, outside, behind me. I want to see everything.
I want to see out the windshield.
Main thing I want to see is nobody in front of me.
That's exactly right. The windshield's the one that matters.
You want to control everything.
That's possible. That's possible. I do like to have control.
That's okay, too.
Tell you what we're seeing right here, that 14 car you just saw, he's actually shifting in the corners. He is one of the guys that's been doing that clear back to the Coliseum. Won the race, in my opinion, because of his shifting at Phoenix. Pretty cool.
Well, I think with this transmission, it's pretty easy to do.
Very easy to do, but nonetheless, maybe not when your hands are as full as they are on this dirt race.
Whoa, Tyler Reddick had been moving up. Joey Logano gets past him, and he's in the middle of a Team Penske sandwich.
I'll tell you what, that 12, Ryan Blaney, I can't believe it's got a front bumper on it left anymore. He's been in the back of everybody in front of him.
Third place here.
Saving his brakes.
Using the chrome horn, isn't he?
Chase Briscoe's been able to make both grooves work since this restart, while everybody else has been up top except Ricky Stenhouse. Briscoe and Stenhouse, the last guy, that green car, the last car you'd ever expect to be on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to pass Kyle Busch right here.
All I can tell you is if you're running high and somebody's running low, they're going to put a slide job on you when it comes time.
Stenhouse, Ty Dillon. Couldn't make it work there on Kyle Busch. Regan.
Like the 11 car, Denny Hamlin was trying to progress his way forward and making some gains with that race car. But when we went back to green, now he has an issue. The car is stuttering. They are going to try and limp this thing around as far as they can, but issues for the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Well, he's way off the pace now. Yeah.
Flames coming out.
Not good.
Exhaust. Yeah, it's.
10-4, bring it through. Yeah, smoke out the pipe.
That didn't look good.
Nope.
A winner at Richmond. Looks like Hamlin. Caution is out.
The 48 car right here turned off turn 4.
Alex Bowman for a spin. He was running 14th. Bowman was running 14th. And Alex Bowman puts us under the 4th caution flag of the night. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by Coyote Tractor. We dig dirt. 95 laps complete under caution. Creeping up on halfway, Clint.
You see this track coming in, and I love what I see. Starting to work that cushion up, drying out the bottom and things like that. But look at that cushion right up here. Lot of traction right here. This is traction. Still got a lot of grip in that racetrack. You start talking about this, that fluff conversation where it's drying out, looks like marbles up there, that's exactly what you have.
Back under green. Suarez outside. Chastain and Larson. The free pass was Cole Custer, so he, like Harvick, back on the lead lap.
Better get up, Kyle Larson. Too late. Kyle Busch.
Whoa, baby. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Takes the spot.
Oh, round the cars go on the back straight. I don't know who that is, but there's
got
several
one up
of
on
them.
top of it.
Yeah, it's 4 of them. 4-car pileup in the back straightaway.
Ooh, one almost went over.
And one of those was Alex Bowman, who just came back out on the racetrack. Austin Cindric got away from that one. Bowman now just pulling away. Corey LaJoie is involved.
You think these cars ain't tough, DW?
Oh yeah.
I saw one up on top of the other one. They're pretty tough, buddy.
Get wrong.
That one's going to live to see another lap.
I think so. That one didn't. Well, no ways.
Noah Gragson also involved.
That's what I love about dirt.
Oh, big time right front damage for Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, Harvick part of that, and Cody Ware will get the free pass.
And you know, that's just like a broken tire.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
Top of the screen, one car completely sideways. I believe that's Cindric.
There's that one I almost saw go over, the 16, I believe it was.
It was LaJoie that I saw first.
Yes.
Around backwards.
You're riding with Harvick.
Yeah, here it is. LaJoie right in his lap, right in front of him, nowhere to go.
Got creamed on the left side, go straight, Yara.
I think he just lost it trying to stay off the car on his outside. Saw Noah Gragson get up on the side of the left side of his car. Pretty big wreck.
Denny Hamlin out of his car after what could well have been engine trouble. Gragson under repair. And let's check on Chase Briscoe in 5th place with Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, I talked to his crew chief, Johnny Klossmeyer, and he said that Chase is really happy that he can run the bottom of the racetrack like you guys were seeing. Of course, he has been shifting, as you pointed out, but the biggest thing, and Johnny confirmed it, their strategy is cast in stone. They will absolutely have to pit at the end of stage 2 because they have not dumped fuel in that car since the start of the race.
So that will come 50 laps from now. NASCAR's policy on a complete race is the earlier of the end of stage 2 or half the total laps, which is the case tonight, 125. There is rain in the area, and we're very hopeful, DW, we don't have to invoke the vortex theory tonight.
I'm doing all I can do, brother.
Okay.
Does the vortex theory, does it work under caution too, or is it just under green?
It's not as effective. You got to have
Not
the car.
as
You got to have.
effective.
You got to have a
Okay.
lot of turbulence. You got to have that air going up.
Yeah, I hear it. Look at that. Dipping down there in that mud, trying to pull those left side tires off. That's what he's doing, Mike.
We're going to make it about 24 more laps.
Oh, baby.
DW, I need you to work your magic, buddy.
Cars circulating a track create a rising column, circular column of air, and it keeps the rain away.
I heard that.
Scientists
for
say
20
no,
years. There ain't
but
no way
we have anecdotal evidence.
We
it
do.
works.
The guys in the Goodyear blimp told me that they feel the cars, feel the turbulence.
So here's Clint's $25,000 stage 2 game. How many cautions will we have by the end of stage 2? We'll have at least 6 because we have 5 now, and 6 would be the stage ending caution.
Hey, aren't the 99 and 1? They're teammates, right?
Yes.
Look at that.
Stayed out, buddy.
Nice.
Yeah, remember they stayed out at the end of stage 1, both of them.
Yeah.
How many caution flags are you thinking? What would you have picked there, Daryl?
What
By the end of stage 2?
Oh,
$25,000. I guess you just don't want that.
I don't know. How about just loan me 20? $20, that's all.
Are you kidding?
This is still not, the torch is going to be still off on the 4-car. Tie rod in or something's broke, huh?
Broke a tie rod.
Aerial coverage of the world's fastest half mile provided by Goodyear. There's the Colossus big screen. Anything can happen as long as you have the drive. Goodyear, more driven.
You know what I love about that shot?
What?
It's Bristol.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's dirt, I don't care if it's concrete, I don't care if it's asphalt. That's Bristol.
Tell you what I love about it is we're watching with that blimp, which means the weather's not very bad. That's what I like about it. And the other thing is looking at that track, watching those track conditions. This thing's drying out. I will say this about these restarts. That guy on the bottom, he's in trouble. That thing's black slick on the bottom. The guy on the outside has that grip patch, takes off. Now you're going to have Larson probably, well, he will be. He'll be back on the, he still won't be out there, actually.
Well, the Busch Latte cam looks like it's headed for the garage. Kevin Harvick has taken it behind the wall.
Yeah, I said it in the opening. You know, I picked Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson as your favorites. And this 4-car and that Denny Hamlin starting in the back have their work cut out for them.
Well, they're both out of the race.
Both of them were out of it.
Regan?
Mike, there's been plenty for the 14-car Chase Briscoe to worry about tonight. The flat tire earlier, a nice recovery from that with the strategy, but now one more thing inside the race car for him to worry about with the throttle. Listen to this.
Well, we got to do 60 throttles, but we got to figure that out. 30% has no feel, and it's getting stuck at like 19%. So it just carries me off into the corner. Really, there's no resistance from idle to 30%. If I go anything over 40% throttle, that's when I get stuck. Like, yeah, it just carries me. But then slowly, eventually, it'll get back.
Man, I start talking those percentages, 20%, 40%. Pretty complicated, isn't it?
Well, it starts getting dry slick like this. That's when you want to start talking about percentages, because 100% ain't going to get the job done. You're going to be spinning the tires off the thing. Be around backwards.
Daniel Suarez has chosen the outside against his teammate Ross Chastain. Larson and Kyle Busch row 2. Briscoe and Bell in row 3. Dylan Logano, Dylan Stenhouse, your top 10. Here we go.
Chastain got a lot better restart that time. He was ready.
3 wide.
Whoa now.
It's going to be a battle with that 20 car and the 5 of Kyle Larson. Those guys actually wrecked each other last year going for this thing. That bottom is no man's land. You cannot get off the corner.
No, it's losing a lot of time down there.
Kyle Busch, big run off the top. Chase Briscoe on the bottom with a sticking throttle.
Yeah, Mike, there's just so much momentum around the top. You get down to the bottom, and even though you feel like you're doing good, you just can't go anywhere.
Chastain's trying to get up. Man, got a great run off the corner.
Yeah, he did, but he had to back
Still
out.
not
of
clear.
it.
That's right, not clear. Kyle Busch was there.
Christopher Bell holds Briscoe down off turn 4.
There's one thing I can tell you about Chastain. He's a hard charger, but he's not going to wreck his teammate. Now these other guys behind him, I'm not so sure about them.
Telling you, I like Kyle Busch. This car looks really strong.
Christopher Bell trying the bottom.
Kyle Busch working that outside, and the thing is really hooking up. It just goes around Christopher Bell. Got his sights set on Chastain now.
Bell's a bottom feeder, and he's making ground, dead even with his teammate Kyle Busch. And Chastain keeps chipping away at the lead on the bottom.
Look at this, Mike. I mean, they're side by side. You got 2 teammates side by side. You got the 20 and 18 back here side by side.
Tell you what I see happening is this outside's drying out. Like I was saying, it was starting to look that fluff. You know, those marbles up there, the outside's not as dominant, and that inside is cleaning up on these restarts. Chastain holding his own.
How much brake you reckon? Do you use a lot of brake getting into the corner, or do you just let it float?
Brakes never win races, Darrell.
I love it.
Both Suarez and Chastain as they're side by side for the lead. They both spent time at Little Millbridge Speedway outside Mooresville, North Carolina this spring preparing for this dirt race.
Looks to me like Suarez is getting on the brake pretty hard, getting that car wound up, so it'll take a set. Not sure about Chastain. I can't say about him. But I do know one thing. That guy in that 18 car, he might not even have a brake pedal.
That's a great point. All these guys, I think those crew chief spotters are telling these drivers, hey,
turn
in
2.
the area.
Whoa. Around goes Brad Keselowski.
Whoa.
Keep going, maintain. Two inside, maintain right there, maintain.
He and Austin Dillon had contact. And that is the 6th caution flag. Noah Gragson will get one of his laps back. Have a look at the 3 and the 6 here.
Keselowski's just trying to stay off of the 3, and he just...
And the 3 was moving down on it.
Moving down a little bit. Yeah, I agree with that.
That's just a racing thing.
And the 12 was coming as they were battling for 11th place here.
Yeah, once it got in the side of him, way it went.
Well, close call for Blaney in that one. And we're back under caution. Ready to restart. Team Trackhouse up front. Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Joe Gibbs teammates. And it is Suarez with the launch, and there goes Bell to the bottom.
Yeah, sure did, and there's the 5 to his outside.
Chastain, he just can't get going on these restarts. That's the second time he's really fallen back on a restart.
I'm telling you, this could be for the win. They got a lot of weather in the area. The radar is not looking good. These guys are going to be elbows up right here.
Guarantee that guy in that 20 car's elbows up right now. But that 99 car, Suarez, he's got the preferred line. See if he can hold it.
This would be a huge win.
Oh my gosh.
30 laps to the end of stage 2 and 5 laps to halfway. Bell, Suarez. Suarez led that lap.
Ooh, baby.
Suarez slides up, and Suarez gets the launch as Bell slides up the track. And now Kyle Larson's in the mix.
Kyle Larson right there too, but he's up in a high groove and he is going somewhere.
Yeah, Bell's going to have to be careful. He keeps going to the bottom. I see he stayed up on the cushion this lap.
Oh, don't do it. That 99 is hustling down that straightaway, boys.
Still clear by half.
That's Christopher Bell's radio.
And you know, that's just a heck of a job by Suarez. I mean, he's leading this race. I think he led this race a lot last year.
The most laps he's ever led in a race was here last year.
And you made the comment, and I think you're spot on with this. He's tighter getting into the corner, enabling him to get in, charge in a little bit harder. Those two dirt guys behind them, they're loose. They're sideways getting in, and he's able to get away from them before they can pounce on him.
Yeah, he just powers off, and he just opens up that gap a little bit, just enough that it's going to be hard to get by him.
Bell goes back to the bottom.
And the car looks really nice. I mean, it's not real sideways, just enough to get around the corner. I really like the way that 99 looks right now.
Chase Briscoe 1 second back in 4th. Kyle Busch in 5th. Here's Jamie on our leader.
And your observations are exactly correct with the 99. They had this car set up for slick racetrack. But Travis Mack, the crew chief, told me, I don't think we're really going to be good until the 3rd stage. It is coming much sooner. Suarez happy with the car now. He's led 50 laps to this point.
Jamie, I think they know that there's rain in the area. I think they know they got to go.
And we are halfway. So this will be an official race tonight. Caution. Debris on the back straightaway puts us under caution for the 7th time tonight in lap 126. Eric Almirola had just made a pit stop, and he is the first car showing 1 lap down. So he will get the free pass. Been a long time since Suarez has been on pit road. Remember, he did not stop at the end of stage 1. And
can't afford to now.
Yet he holds the lead.
Yeah, he does.
And let's check in with Chris Myers.
I'll make a special announcement here. Next week, we go from the short track here in the dirt to the big one. Well, possibly. Talladega, the Super Speedway. 2:30 Eastern time on Fox. As NASCAR continues its outstanding season. And joining us, you know, we've had guest analysts. How about this guy? NASCAR Hall of Fame inductee Dale Earnhardt Jr., Mr. Talladega. 6 wins there, including 4 in a row. He'll be part of our pre-race show as we will be live from the track beforehand and in the broadcast booth with Mike Joy and Clint Boyer. Dale, as you take a break and sit back and enjoy as a fan. Should be a lot of fun. That's next Sunday. Talladega on Fox with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
But first, we've got a dirt race to finish right here. 127 laps are complete. 7 caution flags so far. And we still have 23 laps to go in stage 2.
Whoa. What do you mean first? That thing just said Dale Earnhardt Jr. I mean, DW, you won this baby 12 times. I mean, a big name, but that Earnhardt name is pretty big.
I know. I'm
really looking forward to having him at Talladega. I think it's such a fitting, track for him. Obviously, dominant fashion over the years at Talladega. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to call a race with him.
I'll just watch him home. I'll watch him home.
He did a Busch Clash, Dale Jr. did, with I think Jeff Gordon and me, when he was trying to decide was he going to do television, was he not. Later signed with NBC. So that's really the only chance we've had to work together in all these years, and I'm looking forward to it. If anybody knows Talladega, it's the Pied Piper.
Oh, he knows it well, that's for sure. But, you know, I thought the big announcement was Larry McReynolds was going to be back on the pit box next Saturday.
That's a big one, too.
And with a
Earnhardt for a driver, huh?
Right. But, so I thought that's what the big announcement was, but
it's all good. And Clint, aren't you driving something next weekend?
What?
Yes, buddy. I get to drive Davey Allison's number 28. Iconic.
Are you kidding me?
What do you think of that?
Were you going to be over the dirt track, or where are you going to be?
What do you mean dirt track? Talladega.
Woo.
35 years.
Wow.
Wow. Larry?
You better believe that's big news. I never mentioned the word retirement at the end of 2000. I just took a really long sabbatical.
I understand the fellow who owns that car, he's restoring it, Larry, and your phone might ring. I think he needs a little setup advice.
Larry's got a notebook full of setups. I can tell you that.
Yes, sir.
Now this might get real interesting right here with Christopher Bell up beside of Suarez. You got Larson right there behind Christopher Bell. This could get real interesting.
Well, it's a cat and mouse game, Daryl. That last restart, Ross Chastain actually went a little bit before the guy that was supposed to go had to check up, and that really stacked up that inside line. And the rest is history for him. He ended up 4th or 5th there.
Looking at the radar, it looks like St. Patrick's Day, not Easter.
Man,
Everything is green.
Oh, baby.
Now, I don't mean to be Debbie Downer, but I'm telling you, folks, it is all over it.
All right, here's Daniel Suarez audio.
And when it rains, man, it's probably done. It's huge. So keep doing what you're doing. That start was perfect. Oh, buddy.
All right, coming to the Geico restart zone. Christopher Bell trying to hold Suarez right up top. Ready? Here we go.
Christopher Bell was putting that fender right in that door of that 99, trying to get his attention.
14's going to go for it.
Chase Briscoe trying to get back to the front. Suarez, great launch off turn 2.
It's time for
crash back straightaway. 7 cars had contact in the back of the pack.
Backstretch.
And Corey LaJoie got the worst of it.
Good. I don't think you hit anything hard. You're good.
That must be the spotter. Oh, you'll be all right. Oh, my gosh.
If this keeps up, Noah Gregson's going to get back on the lead lap. Now he'll only be 5 down.
Man, that bottom lane, they're just having trouble.
No grip.
This happened toward the back of the pack, about the last 8 or 9 cars. That was Bubba Wallace coming off the wall, making the first contact, and there was lots more to come.
Yeah, he just got up there in that loose stuff, and he couldn't get off the wall, hit the wall, and came down and hit somebody. I don't know who he hit after that.
Harrison Burton.
Harrison Burton.
Got pretty well jumbled up there.
But according to his spotter, it's not that bad.
That'll buff right out. Daniel Suarez trying to hold off Chase Briscoe. There is a light sprinkle, but they've given the field the one to go sign. Friend of yours, Daryl?
I know that guy.
Yeah. Suarez, Briscoe. Will this be the last restart of the night? I hope not.
He hit 5,000 eggs over in the coach lot. That bunny did.
Wow.
5,000.
How about Chase Elliott in that second row?
How about that with Christopher Bell? We're going to go one more caution lap. Larson and Logano, row 3. Kyle Busch and Chastain.
Starting to see some shine on them windshields.
Michael McDowell, Tyler Reddick, that's your top 10. We still have 32 cars on the lead lap. Here's the leading car.
Hard right now. Coming down. It's okay. This up for everyone. Let's go.
Now that...
What did he say? Let's go?
He said, let's go. Usually the leader's saying, oh, no, oh, it's raining.
Yeah.
We can't do this.
No,
the second place car saying,
Hurricane, Daryl.
No. I would not. If I was Suarez, I would not be saying let's go. Let's go to the house, maybe. You know how you can tell if it starts raining or not?
How's that?
People get up and leave. They get up and walk out the grandstand.
Well, you can
or at least get under the
shining
grandstand.
those headlights of the pace truck, too.
So we knew rain was coming tonight. It was a question of when, not if. We were hoping it would hold off till about 10 o'clock. And it's here early.
No.
Called another one off. Didn't like it.
Yeah. How much rain do you have to have on a dirt track? I mean, does it have to rain a lot, or does it matter?
I'm going to tell you, that's a great question, DW, but it won't take much. If it rains on that thing as hard as this track is, it's almost worse of a slime than you would have on an asphalt track.
Wow.
Justin Marks owns the lead car of Daniel Suarez and the 7th place car of Ross Chastain.
You know where he lives? Franklin, Tennessee.
Your neighbor.
My neighbor.
Yep.
If that guy right there wins this race and puts both of his cars in victory lane this year, what?
Wow.
He is a smart guy. I'm just going to tell you.
Yep. 1 to go.
Here we go.
Well, the city of Bristol has been a great host this week. Music and entertainment and lots of great restaurants open on a revitalized State Strip. Michael Waltrip's new brewery. 3 theaters with live music. Three Dog Night comes in next week, and so does Don Felder, the former Eagles guitarist who wrote that intro to Hotel California. There's a lot going on in a revitalized Bristol, Tennessee, and there's a lot going on right here. With 12 laps to go, it'll be 11 when they take the green in stage 2. Daniel Suarez, Chase Briscoe, Chevy versus Ford, then Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell.
Daniel really slows him down. Very slow pacing this field to the green.
And Briscoe had to wait on him.
Yep.
Briscoe launched first and had to check up. He's going to lean on him. He's going to lean on him. Got it too high.
I think he.
Man, you can see the rain coming down in the lights too.
I think.
Oh,
Briscoe.
Suarez got loose off it too.
Suarez is fighting back. He's on that outside.
Briscoe's got it fast.
Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, Daniel Suarez, Chase Elliott.
Hey, don't count that 99 out. He's up in that high groove, and he's got some good bite off that corner. Not enough, though. I think that the 14 looks pretty stout.
You have momentum by 1, driving away by 2.
That was Chase Briscoe's radio. He leads Christopher Bell by 3 car lengths.
Mike, look at those guys up front. How old are they?
Not very.
Not very. I'm telling you, under 30, most of them.
It takes a few of them to get to your HCW.
Oh, give me a break, man. Why do you think I quit driving? I couldn't see too good.
Man, can't say enough about the job Chase Briscoe did on the restart. I really thought Suarez was in the catbird seat, as he did too.
I did too. I thought he had this thing in the pocket.
Remember that Briscoe in the 14 and Suarez in the 99 did not pit at the end of stage 1, so they're running on mostly the tires they started the race with. Kyle Larson, Joey Logano going at it for 5th, and Michael McDowell in the mix, 34.
I tell you, that 14 car right now is on cruise. He's backing off a little early and really taking a nice set, and then just accelerates up off the corner.
I think there's something to this vortex theory. I cannot believe it's not raining.
Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney up the outside.
Boy, you stick with us, there'll be a lot of things you won't believe.
Man,
right, Mike?
Yes, Larson comes down there in front of the 12. Holds him at bay. And Larson holds on to 7.
Don't you know Christopher Bell is just dying, trying everything he can to get to that 14 car.
Listen to that throttle control. So smooth with the throttle. 4 to go in the stage. The time is now, DW.
I know one thing. Chase Briscoe is just looking in the mirror, keeping him at bay.
Ever-changing racetrack. This dirt track has changed from the bottom to the top, back to the bottom. Now the top's good.
3 wide. Kyle Busch trying to hold off Kyle Larson and Joey Logano as we come to 2 to go in stage 2.
That 14 car is just so solid that it doesn't get sideways very often.
Caution. Oh, excuse me, not caution. That is the
Pits is
closed light. Yep.
Bell's getting closer to him. He's a little bit better in 1 and 2, but the outside doesn't seem to be as good in 3 and 4.
Oh, Bell lost a good bit of time up there on top that lap. One more lap.
You know who we haven't talked about all night long and who's running 4th? Did you happen to notice that?
The other Chase.
The other Chase. Look at that. And that's a car that spun out about 4 times the other day.
All right, we're at the end of stage 2. Chase Briscoe. First career stage win for Briscoe.
Wow, that was pretty exciting.
Good job, everybody.
Christopher Bell second, Daniel Suarez third, Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson the first half dozen. Chase Briscoe had a flat early, came back to the front.
Bristol Motor Speedway, stage 2 complete. Chase Briscoe, who led the first 48 laps, is your winner in stage 2. Kyle Larson won stage 1. Daniel Suarez has now led a career high 64 laps, and the most in this race. Our progressive race summary as we bring it to you right now. Again, rain in the area. The race is at least past the point. If it has to be stopped, it is an official race. As you see the numbers, 9 cautions already. We had 10 total cautions all of last year. Chris Myers with Michael Waltrip, Jamie McMurray, and your thoughts on where we stand at the moment. That restart big looked like Suarez would pull away the rain, and then there was a change.
Yeah, and Briscoe did a great job. Didn't even really use Daniel up on the restart. Just found a little bit of traction. Michael moved down about a half a lane, found some moisture, a common order we've heard tonight, was able to get to the lead.
And Christopher Bell's just chomping at the bit to get there. I mean, he could just feel it. He knows he's that good and that close. It's going to be interesting, though, after this stage in, who stays out, who pits, and how that's going to affect this race. And it's going to get crazy because the rain is a-coming.
It is. And let's recap, if you tuned in, weren't with us from the very beginning, obviously mud on your tire, great stuff. Mud on the grill or dirt on the grill.
Not good. We saw a lot of cars overheat. NASCAR actually threw a caution, let these guys come in, clean the mud off their grills so they could go back out and do a little racing.
And when they got out there, look at Suarez saw on that wheel.
Look at his eyes.
I know you won't see that on an asphalt track. That's what dirt racing is all about, and that's why these guys are having so much fun, just sawing on the wheel and using that gas pedal.
Yeah, no surprise here to see Kyle Larson go on, win stage one. Looked like the favorite, Chris, early on in the race. We've seen a little bit of a transition, though, as the track's dried out.
Around goes Alex Bowman off turn 4, got loose and spun around.
You're only two-time winner this year.
Yeah, I know, and then look at this. Denny Hamlin's had a crazy season.
Tough season for Denny
Won that
Hamlin.
race at Richmond. Everything else has been terrible.
5-car wreck.
Wow, up on top of another car. The 16 of Noah Gregson. Big trouble there.
Harvick out.
Harvick out.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick's had a terrible weekend so far. But right here, Chase Briscoe, his teammate, has been the best car as the track has transitioned.
Yeah, your Phoenix winner, but his first career stage win. Briscoe in the 14 car for Stewart Haas Racing. As we look at the transition of the track, and give us a quick name to watch as they get more aggressive with rain on the way and the final stage.
Well, based on the way I see rain coming down at this moment, I like whoever stayed out and is leading the race right now because it might be hard to get going. Christopher Bell would be the guy I'm looking at.
Yeah, I went to Kyle Busch. I think we saw his car get better and better, and as this track transitions, and if the rain holds off, I like Kyle Busch.
Yeah, we're just outside, and it's rain. It's not falling.
Yeah,
it's not heavy so far. We're hanging in there. Let's check in with Larry McReynolds.
Well, Chris, I'm actually with Kyle Busch's crew chief, Ben Bayshore, and you've got the track position. We got a radar that's green, and then my weather rock is showing it's raining pretty hard up here right now. How about fuel? You seem a little concerned about that.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. We're going to need some cautions, which honestly we've gotten so far. So if it just sort of continues like that, and we get a couple of wrecks here and there, so we can save some gas, we'll be close.
Well, based on what I see on this radar, I think he made a great call and the right call.
Well, Daniel Suarez had not pitted yet tonight. They had to come in for fuel. Said his biggest complaint was forward drive. He's losing too much time on exit. They did 2 rounds of wedge in the left rear as you see him waving to his team. Their service is done. In the 9 of Chase Elliott, they came into this race thinking they had a better car than Kyle Larson, and so far that's been true. He needs help running the bottom line. Regan?
Well, spirited debate on Chase Briscoe's car whether to pit or not. They needed fuel, but Chase was worried about the weather and if it was going to pick up. They ultimately decided to go ahead and pit because they couldn't make it to the end if this thing makes it that far. The race car just a little bit too tight, needs a little bit of forward drive off as well.
So Chase Briscoe, the winner at the end of stage 2. However, about 15 cars did not pit. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. 100 laps to go, light rain falling. The pace car has picked up the field, beginning with the cars that did not come to pit road at the end of stage 2. Now, remember, scoring stopped at the end of stage 2. These caution laps are not counted. Scoring resumes at the green flag. Take a look at the left-hand side of your screen for tonight's Ram running order. And Christopher Bell has.
Yeah, they can't. The track is just too wet now. Got cars everywhere.
Are you stuck? You asked me how much is too much.
Yeah, well,
it just gets slimy.
Yeah.
Now it's not like you can't roll it in. If it doesn't rain any harder than this, you could roll it in. But you could watch this car just take off sliding.
Watch it. Here he comes.
See ya. He touched the gas. You see him? Spun the tires at least a little bit, and away it went.
Oh well.
So we're still under caution at the end of stage 2.
Well, they just put the cars on the back straightaway.
Pulled them back on pit road.
Put them on pit road. So the
man,
let's listen to Christopher Bell and his team.
That was it. One last whoop.
He goosed her, and that's it. Oh, boy.
Like driving on ice. Now, here's Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, the 20 came down into the 99. I don't know if he hurt the
Come on, man.
99 or
what
not.
What we're doing here. Look at the 20. Look at the 20. Keep pace. Keep going.
Slow-mo.
That replay was not slowed down. That was real time.
I know. I was just saying it looked like slow-mo.
Say 2 crew members of the cars and put the covers on them. I think I know Johnny Klossmeyer's liking what he sees here.
I would too. If he's got a phone and he's looking at the radar, and his car's leading the race, I'd be pretty happy about that.
So an odd turn of events here with rain falling at the end of stage number 2 after Chase Briscoe had taken the green and white checkered flag to end the stage. Then a number of cars on the lead lap made pit stops under non-competitive stops on the dirt track, and yet quite a group led by Kyle Busch stayed out. Now, we have not yet restarted the race. Scoring has not yet resumed. We're going to wait and hear from NASCAR as to who really is the race leader.
Well, it was my understanding, and you guys, I'm just a guest here, okay? So I'm just saying what I've heard or read. But I thought if you pitted and other cars didn't, you came out behind those cars. So, I mean, I don't see how you could resume the lead, be the leader if you pit and the other guys don't. I don't think.
Well, when they pitted and I saw them coming, in my opinion, I'm like, are they calling a rain race now, or are they thinking that it's going to go green? It kind of caught me off guard. I thought that they would stay out, but I don't know.
Well,
right now, confused on who's the leader.
Right now, we're on wait and see. What we have seen so far, though, is some great racing. Look at Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano having a laugh over how these first 150 laps went.
They're apologizing to each other.
Yes.
I'm sorry, man. Well, I'm sorry I ran into you.
for what happened or for what might happen later?
That's too much rain, DW.
I hear you.
So what happens to the track in this kind of rainstorm?
First and foremost, Steve Smith and his guys have this track, very hard packed. So the water will run off the racetrack, but it's just all a matter of how much rain they actually have.
All right, let's check in with Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, it's been a very eventful night for Chase Briscoe so far. You had the flat tire, recovered from that, heard the spirited conversation on the radio about should we pit, not pit. You guys ultimately decided to pit because you didn't have enough fuel to make it to the end, and now we got rain. What are you thinking right now?
Yeah, that was a roller coaster of emotions there. I was honestly okay either way, especially on Easter. Life's a lot more than just a race, right? Like winning or losing. So I knew whatever happened, it was going to be okay. There's a lot more than just winning a race. So hopefully we win. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't want to win, but yeah, super cool to be able to go through the adversity that we had all day long. Proud of our guys, to make our car better from where we started practice. So yeah, we'll see what they do. Thankful that HighPoint.com is on this race. This is if we end up capitalizing and winning this, it'd be cool to get them winning the Cup Series for sure.
Thanks, Chase. Jamie?
And Daniel Suarez led 64 laps. We're watching the restart. What was it like from your perspective right there?
Well, I held the tires and woohoo!
We got Coke flying everywhere.
I held tires and the 14 there fired out before me. But it's what it is. At that point, the racetrack already was a little bit wet. So it wasn't the easiest thing to do. But it's what it is. I'm a little hurt that we're not leading right now, but anyway, let's see what happens here. I think it's gonna get pretty wet.
Job well done so far, guys.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, I just visited with Kyle McKinney, NASCAR's head of scoring, and as he explained to us in our meeting with NASCAR this morning, at stage end, the field is frozen after the 10th place car comes across the line because stage points are awarded for positions 1 through 10. The rest of the field is frozen when scoring stops. Unique to the Bristol dirt race, the caution laps between stages do not count. Had this been a regular race, the cars that dropped off and went to pit road between stages would forfeit their position and line up behind the cars that did not pit. But because scoring stops at the end of the stage, we are still frozen when the scoring stopped with Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, Daniel Suarez, 1, 2, 3. After the green flag waves to begin stage 3, after the cars pass the start-finish line, scoring will resume. And the next time they come around, those drivers that did not pit will be scored as the leaders. Now, we are told that once the rain stops, it will take about 20 minutes to prepare the track and get it into raceable condition. But the situation right now is that Chase Briscoe, who won stage 2, is still the leader. Jamie.
And the other Chase Elliott, so far looked like a pretty darn good race for you guys. I know you focused on getting that car pointed. Was it what you hoped to early in this race?
Not so much early, but after towards the end of that first stage, I felt like I started to finally kind of halfway figure it out and was able to move forward some. And then, a lot of it's just whether you get the bottom or the top. I hate we don't have to choose. It's really kind of unfair regardless of which end you're on. But fortunately, those last couple we were able to get the top. And then all kind of at the same time, I felt like I was able to finally make some pace whenever I did get some track position too. So I don't know where we're going to finish. I'm a little confused by all that, but appreciate everybody on our Kelly Blue Book Chevy this weekend for sticking with it and sticking with me. I've struggled, so excited to have made some improvements throughout the race at least.
Thanks, Chase. Regan?
Well, Christopher Bell been strong all night long. Saw you up near the front at the end of that stage, battling for the lead, trying to get there and just barely get past Chase Briscoe. Right now we have you in second place right now. Do you want it to rain? Do you want it to stop so you can get out there and try to get the win?
I don't know, man. We're in such a box that I got told that we had to pit for fuel to make it to the end, and the way that the pit strategy is, I thought you couldn't put fuel in unless you're under the competition yellow. So I don't know what happens to all these guys that stayed out if we race to the end. So, but otherwise I'm having a blast. Our DeWalt Camrys seems like it's really good. Took off good at the beginning of the race, and then after that first yellow, I just went plowing tight for some reason. But it seems like the slicker it gets, I'm able to move around really good, run the bottom, run the top. I'm having a blast out there. I hope you guys are enjoying it.
Second place right now, Christopher Bell. Thanks. Jamie?
Well, Christopher Bell says he's having a blast. Ryan Blaney's kind of been all over, kind of eventful for you. What would you say?
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun. We've had to come from pretty far back there, honestly, and got to the top 10 and just kind of had to take restart on the bottom and lose spots, make them back up. And the bottom was actually finally kind of coming in. So that was pretty decent. Thought it was the right call to stay out right there, no matter what the weather was doing. I think just getting track position. But yeah, Menards Ford Mustang's pretty decent. track's changing continuously, but I'm having a blast, and it's been really racy tonight, so that's been fun.
All right, well, the drivers want to get back to racing, Chris. They're having a blast tonight so far.
Well, we were until, boy, even when the drivers are confused and fans confused, and we were trying to sort out until
We're
Mike
all
Joy
confused by that.
So the weather muddied things up once again.
Well, one thing we've proven, we're not dirt racers, so
Right.
we've talked about that. We try to understand what was going on, but when the field is frozen and timing is stopped, that means the guys that stayed out will get the lead if we go back racing. And so clearly Chase Briscoe is going to win this race if we don't go back, but it's barely raining, Chris. I think we got more laps in us.
Yeah, and you looking on the radar a moment ago, looks like it is kind of moving. We're going to get a break in here.
It looked like it was going to rain really hard for 30 minutes, but it dissipated when it got here. It is raining slightly right now, but I like the fact the track was pretty optimistic that they could get the equipment out there, condition the track a little bit, and maybe 25 or 30 minutes.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of an opening there, and if they can drive the track, or at least get the track, I should say, back into condition in 20 minutes or so, that's pretty good.
Because of the rules being different, like we're educating ourselves on, we typically do the same format every single weekend. Because it's a little bit different here, it almost bought these guys, Chase Briscoe, Daniel Suarez, almost like a free stop, or at least like a 10-minute free window that they had nothing to lose by coming down pit road because of the field being frozen. So now they're able to, if it doesn't go back, they're still in good position, but if it does, Michael, they're going to have plenty of laps to try to make up the track position.
Yeah, and if you look at Kyle Busch, you heard his crew chief say, we think we can make it, we can stretch it, and he's got track position now, and we know how fast he's been all night long. So when I saw Kyle Busch on the racetrack, I said, I think I'm going to pick Kyle Busch.
He took him.
I'll look really smart.
I think he's catching a nap because he thinks we're going to go back out there.
No better place to take a nap than in a warm car, Michael.
Get him some M&Ms, a little sugar.
I think he heard you two talking. He dozed off. It happens to be something. Oh, I kid. J.B. Little has more. I can't.
Well, Bubba Wallace was on the move early on past 8 cars, and then you fell back. What happened?
I gave it all back. We put a lot of emphasis on the start of the race. Our heat race yesterday was not very good. We were on the tight side, and so we knew it would be close conditions to start this race, and we freed it up, and that Columbia Toyota Camry looked really good. I was having a lot of fun, and the caution came out, and I was like, all right, here we go. And we went backwards. So I don't know what changed. Obviously the track, but I think we're just too loose and trying to get back there. But it's such a track position game right now, and everybody's trying to get to the top. And so, I mean, kind of hard to say, but I was having fun for a little bit. It's different, so I'm having fun still. You're just running into people and getting run into and causing chaos, getting a little dirty. But the first laps was damn good. It was fun.
Hey, it's all about the attitude and having fun, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we came down, or we stayed out. So we should be P9, I hope. That'd be good.
Got to get this thing going again.
No, I'm good with 9th. The way our luck's going, we'll take 9th. Call it. We're good. Just Kyle, be ready for the Mickey Mouse tweets if you do win under rain. I know how that feels.
There you go. Regan?
Austin Dillon in 12th place right now. Austin, you worked your way up to 4th place at one point there. It slipped back just a little bit right now. Is it as much fun out on the racetrack as what it has looked on TV? This has been a blast to watch.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Track conditions are different than we practice in, and that's what you get when you race at night. But I'm really confused right now. They have us scored 12th. We stayed out because of the rain, and it's raining, and we're still scored 12th. So I'm wanting to be 5th where we're actually located because we did cross the start-finish line. Who cares? It's been a blast. Our Bass Pro Shop Chevy is pretty good. We decided to stay out, and we'll see how that plays off on this long run. But I don't know if we're going to go back. Maybe we will.
Thanks, Austin.
Now, who cares? We care. We want to know who's going to win. Is it going to be rain shortened? We're going to get back on the track. You're watching NASCAR on Fox Live at Bristol Motor Speedway. Darrell Waltrip, our guest analyst back here. He's seen a lot with Mike Joy and Clint Boyer over the years at Bristol, but he hadn't seen anything like we're seeing now, or at least the drivers want more clarification, as do fans. We're under a rain delay. Chase Briscoe is your leader, Stage 2 winner, field frozen, dirt turning to mud. Mike's trying to gather info to help us all out and clarify and put it as simply as he can. Mike Joy, help us out here.
Chris, I think the easiest way to understand this is go back to when NASCAR declared that we would have non-competitive pit stops in this race. No driver would gain or lose position on pit stops during the stage breaks. They would line up the way they came in. Now, if we go back to racing, the cars that pitted will line up behind those who did not. And once scoring resumes after everyone's taken the green flag, Kyle Busch will be the leader. But having non-competitive pit stops means that after they stop scoring at the end of Stage 2, nothing has yet happened. And that's why the field order is frozen at the end of Stage 2 with Christopher Bell second to Chase Briscoe, who is still the leader.
Yeah, I think that's the drivers are confused, and I'm a little bit confused myself, but the NASCAR people are not confused, and that's the most important thing.
Drivers are waiting and wondering, and with Michael Waltrip and Jamie McMurray, and well, you know, you've won a rain-shortened race before. Obviously, you want to win however you can within the rules here, but you just wonder when the strategy, when the moves were made on this, if they all, it sounds like many did not understand the rules that Mike just kind of broke down.
Or they haven't communicated them to their drivers yet. Yeah. That's where the confusion lies, but it's very clear to me after Mike explained it that once the field is frozen, it stays frozen until they roll again, and we tried to roll. That's the part I'm confused about. When we tried to roll, it would still be frozen because the caution laps won't count prior to going back green. So when they go green, that's hi Jamie, how you doing? And I was just going to tell you. I was going to talk. I was going to tell you real quick. When I won that rain shortened race, they sent me the whole check, so they don't keep part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think you got to go back to when Briscoe passed Suarez for lead. They thought that was the race for the win. So. The pit sequence is a little bit confusing, but the rules were written before, and it's confusing because we only do it one time a year. Here, I thought Mike Joy did a really nice job explaining that.
Yeah, we can't claim ignorance, although sometimes that actually applies.
Oh, is there a joke coming here?
Yeah, no, there's no joke. Let's say the guy who won the race last year when there was rain and we ran it on a different day, Joe Illigano, is standing by with our Jamie Little.
And he's been running in the top 10 here in the first half of the race. And yes, you won last year, Joey, but you're the first to say, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure it out. What is it like being so far out of your comfort zone?
Yeah, it's just so different than what it was last year. You know, last year, you're on the bottom, the track was slick and drove a lot more like asphalt, and you can do things that felt normal for me. And now it's straight up dirt race where, you got to back it down into the corner and throttle up, and you see the dirt guys really excelling even more than last year. So I'm out there trying to figure it out. I don't know where we finish if it keeps raining. I assume it's second because we stayed out. I assume that's how the rules work typically, but hey, I don't know. I'm hearing different things now. So I don't know if it keeps raining, we'll figure that out. If it doesn't, we'll go back racing and try to get our Shell Pennzoil Mustang up there as best we can.
As of right now, if it were to end, Joey would finish seventh.
Second.
Regan.
Well, Jamie Joe Logano, one of those non-dirt guys that is still learning what to do out there. Tyler Reddick, though, you're one of those dirt guys that loves coming to these racetracks. So much experience on the dirt tracks, running 10th place right now. How's your night been?
It's been a little rough, honestly, Regan. We've had a really good car, and we were running third there when the first caution come out, and it was pretty obvious pretty quickly our car's not that good on the bottom, and we just keep finding ourselves in the bottom lane and losing about 3 spots on every single restart, which is been pretty frustrating for us. So we fell back to about 14th, restarting on the bottom, and been very fortunate to get to the outside lane, and we've got ourselves back up to 10th. Well, I don't know. We're 4th on the racetrack, but we'll see.
Hey, you're 10th right now.
I know. I want to be 4th. I'm going to say 4th.
Thanks, Tyler.
All right, none of the drivers seem to know where they stand, but that's the excitement, because here the question is, how long will NASCAR wait? Yeah, you can follow the bottom of the screen. That's the official order at the moment. How long will they wait to see if they can dry the track? Will the rain ease up? What's that guy doing? We'll have it for you. We're live in Bristol if you stay with us.
Just set it right there, Indy. Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series at Bristol, Tennessee. On Fox, presented by Coyote Tractors. Just had dirt and maybe just a little bit of rain. However, the rain is moving away. You see the Packer cars out on the track. We're going to get back to racing. DW, how have you liked what you've seen so far?
Well, listen, I fought the law, and the law always wins. And they said that the scoring hadn't kicked in yet. So right now the field is frozen. As soon as these cars come around to take the green, then scoring will pick up, and 18 and 22 will be the lead cars. But at this point, if we didn't go back to racing, then the 14 would be the
What about the racing? How's the racing been?
Oh, the racing's been great. Look, I've loved the racing. Every minute of it. It's been fun to watch.
Boys, I don't think it's going to be long. You see them pack cars on the racetrack. It's not going to be long. We'll be going to be back to green flag conditions, and all this conversation will be over. So I'm telling you, don't go anywhere. Get up, get your beer, get a bathroom break. But I'm telling you, get back in the game, because this thing is going back green. It's got to.
They got the Packards out there.
And when it does, Kyle Busch and Joey Logano will be lined up on the front row. Let's go to the pits.
And Ross Chastain, 11th right now. You're battling your teammate for the lead earlier, but you have some issues. What was going on right before we brought out the red flag?
Yeah, Jamie, it was a lot of fun to race with Daniel and his Tootsie's car and our Advent Health Chevy, to have the pit strategy of Trackhouse to stay out and lead those laps with Daniel, and me to be able to stay with him for a while. But our engine is blown up. We suck dirt in. There's dirt down the intake, so it barely finished the stage, and now it'll barely crank up and idle around. So if nothing else, I've seen this before, okay? So there's an old race I've watched before that a driver crossed the finish line and blew up. Well, I think the ECR engine guys did that. If we time this rain right, we have crossed the line and it's blown up. So I don't know. Maybe the guys in the booth could talk a little about that. I think that's happened before.
Maybe, perhaps. This guy's rooting for it to stop right now. He'd finish 11th. Otherwise, it doesn't sound like he's going to finish the race, Mike.
It's been a strong weekend all week long for Ty Dillon. You won the heat race yesterday, spent the majority of this race so far in the top 7. Falling back to 14th right now. What do you think? You're looking at the dirt track. You're a dirt track guy. Are we going to get this going?
I hope so. Just a matter of when the rain stops. You know, we can get it ran in pretty quick. But I'm pretty happy with our Food City Gain Camaro. It's been fast. We've been pretty good. We've been stuck on the bottom at every restart, and you just can't get through the field on the bottom. It's really bogged down. So if we can get some top restarts, we can get back up there to the front. We were giving Larson a little bit of a challenge there in the first stage. So I'd like to get after him again. So I'm having a blast. This is a lot of fun for me. My roots are from dirt racing. So I haven't ran a dirt race in about 5 years, but I feel back at home and having a lot of fun with Petty GMS. And yesterday winning the heat race and Lee Petty's number on dirt just felt right. So I'm really proud of our effort and can't thank Maury Gallagher and Petty GMS for giving me the opportunity to have some fun again.
Love the color of your suit, too. We want to see some green here in just a little bit, Mike.
Yes, green flag is what we want to see, Regan. Now, Darrell, Ross Chastain threw down the gauntlet. Did you hear that? He said, I seem to remember once a race where a driver crossed the finish line and the engine blew up just like that.
Wonder what he was talking about.
Maybe you and the Winston?
Maybe, I don't know.
The All-Star race?
It could very easily happen. You know, like he said, he'd like to see him call it because I think he'd be all right.
Yeah, he wouldn't have to fire that engine again.
You mean to tell me, out of an outlaw race, style of race, that engine just happened to blow up right after the start-finish line?
Look,
before Tech was going to be able to look at that engine,
I just drove it. I didn't build it. I just drove it.
Do you have an old clutch pedal push down?
I was just a wheel man. That's all I was.
All right.
It was Junior Johnson. I don't know.
So to bring you up to date, we are still in the caution period for the end of stage 2. Because of non-competitive pit stops, the field is frozen. At the end of stage 2, Chase Briscoe took the green and white checkered flag to win the stage over Christopher Bell. So Briscoe, who you see here, is the leader. In 2008, Chase Briscoe won a race at Paragon Speedway in Indiana, driving a 410 Sprinter. He became the youngest driver ever to win a 410 sprint car race. The record previously held by Jeff Gordon.
Oh, wow. Jeff he was a kid when he started. What was he, 14 years old or something? He was really young.
Well, this is not the first time NASCAR has raced on Easter. We do have a history there. And it began back in 1953. A rained-out race was held on Easter Sunday. Dick Passwater was the winner. 5 times we've raced on dirt on Easter and 5 times on asphalt. And then in 1989, a snowed-out race at Richmond. Promoter Paul Sawyer moved it to Easter Sunday. Rusty Wallace won it. So aside from Passwater, and yes, he was a World War II veteran and hero, and that is his real name, every one of those races was won by a driver who is now in the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
And that's exciting. I'm glad to hear that. But you know what? All those races were before the modern era. The only one in the modern era, which is what I lived in. I didn't live in the old era.
Oh, my.
Lived in the modern era.
Here we go again.
In the modern era, there's only one.
There is only one.
Yes.
You are correct in that
10 of those 11 were 1970 or before.
Yeah. I just want to make that point.
Okay.
You know, there's a difference between.
Just saying, right?
Yeah, there's a big difference. I didn't
There you are with
I didn't
Junior
race with any of
Johnson.
those guys. I didn't even know them.
I'd say what the biggest difference, what I see on all these pictures around this racetrack is that hair.
What about it?
Huh? A lot of good memories around here, though, huh?
Boys.
Big time nights, big time wins. Boy, he told me it didn't matter if it was on asphalt, didn't matter if it was on concrete. My man was going to win.
Yeah. But you know what I told Larry? Remember what I told Larry? I said, Larry, you got a hair out of place. The other one's all right.
Boys.
And then, but you know what Larry said to me? He said, yeah, but at least mine's the same color all the time.
Please, can we go check with Regan?
Oh, Mike, Justin Haley been so good at these unique racetracks this year. Very fast at the Coliseum earlier this year. Fast again here this week and won the heat race. Running in 17th right now. How's it been out there tonight?
It's been a struggle for our leaf filter gutter protection Chevrolet, but kind of disappointed we didn't get that lap under caution in. We obviously weren't having the night we wanted, so we gambled. And so if it does, if we go back racing, we're not going to be in a good situation. So We're out on old tires, the stage old tires. So hopefully it rains out. I hate to say that, but I mean, it's just kind of where we're at right now. So yeah, been a struggle tonight, but we tried hard. And Matt Collick's sitting at home. He's dry. He's not dirty. I'm sure he's got a nice drink in his hands. So hi to Matt, everyone at Leaf Filter. So I don't know, Regan, what do you think?
I don't know what I think. I want to see more racing. That's what I think, Justin. Jamie?
Well, I think the two rookies do too, Harrison Burton, Todd Gilliland. What do you guys think of this dirt action so far tonight?
Well, it's Easter, and I'm about as lost as last year's Easter egg, so it's a challenge. It's really different. I'm really struggling to maintain yaw. Like, I can get it in the entry, I can get kind of sideways, but I'll get tight later. So really hard to put corners together like that, and I'm a subpar dirt guy, so this is a bad combination. And when we go back green, we'll be 11th if we go back green, hopefully, and have a good run.
I like that little chic. And how about you? You're actually pretty darn good on dirt. How's it working out for you so far? You're a lot better than him right now, by the way.
I know, that's what I told him, and he was like, I think he was last in practice on Friday, so and then we started next to each other, and then, haven't looked back since, so, but no, it's awesome, it's awesome to have a friend out here in the field, we're battling, but also, we can get out and laugh about it, so, but it's awesome to have first phase on the car again this weekend. My guys worked really hard. We actually unloaded this weekend with really good speed, 8th and 3rd in practice, so it's been overall a really good weekend for us, so hopefully, whether we go back green or stop now, it's been a great weekend.
Gotta love the attitude of the kids. He actually just texted his friends to say, hey, I'm gonna be on TV. Hi, friends. Hi, family.
Well done. Couple of rookies. I had to call in reinforcements, Larry. I was losing control here. The three of us spent 15 years together as cellmates on Fox, bringing you NASCAR, and I believe that is a record for a network three-man booth to be together for that long. We had a lot of fun, didn't we?
This was the rock between two hard places.
Yes, it was.
I'm telling you.
You've been talking about my hair again. I was listening.
Yeah, I know, but you really got it looking nice tonight.
Oh, his tune changed a little bit when you showed up.
Big day for the McReynolds family yesterday. You gave away your youngest daughter in marriage to a racer.
It was, and I told a story last night at the reception. She told me when she was 16, she said you'd absolutely have to be out of your mind to marry anybody in racing. Well, obviously that came back to haunt her, and couldn't be happier for her and Jordan Anderson that has the Xfinity Series team, and just a beautiful ceremony last night.
Wonderful. Happy for you and Linda and the whole family, and glad you could make it here for tonight.
I'm glad to be here. It has been a long, I'm going to say probably pushing toward about 20 hours, but I'm ready to get this thing started. I'm seeing being promised over the radar right now. I think we're going to be good.
I agree with that, and I like that optimism. Hey, boys.
Here we go.
You think you could have won old dirt race, DW, huh? Think you could have won a dirt race at this track?
I won race on dirt.
Oh, when?
Way back when, but I've won on dirt before.
I didn't see that stuff.
I learned how to turn right to go left.
We've all seen the movie.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at last week's highlight. William Byron at Martinsville. That pit stop got him out in front of his Hendrick Motorsports teammates, and away he went all the way to victory lane. The first driver to score 2 victories in 2022. Here's Regan.
Well, Mikey was watching the screen off the side of the camera as that clip just played. Big smile from me when he saw that. Nothing beats watching yourself win, does it?
No, we need some of that mojo this weekend for sure. But no, it's been fun tonight. We kind of had some issues there with the brakes and got it fixed, and I felt like we've been better since then. Just had a couple little mistakes here and there, but yeah, it's fun to always watch races back and wins for sure. And would like to get this thing back going. It looks like the Packer cars are doing a decent job with the track. If they can make it around, I think we can. So we'll see what happens. But thanks to Liberty University, everybody on this race team. It's been a fun weekend. Always different coming and doing the dirt. I've ran I think 2 dirt races ever, and need a lot more laps. But it's been fun. I've been learning some things and trying to pick Larson's brain. So we'll see what happens here if we get back going. But would love to get another restart.
You mentioned trying to learn some things. You also ran dirt earlier this week. Has that helped at all for what you're doing tonight?
I mean,
That was fun. Those dirt late models, the way the rear end works, like you've got to have it set right, and I didn't do a great job of that. But trying to get that feeling of the right amount of set, the right amount of yaw is hard. But I think it's good. I want to challenge myself in different ways. This year I've done a lot of different racing and won a lot of asphalt races this year, and wanted to try the dirt out and try something new. But definitely need a few more nights at it. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully I can do that a little bit more. And thanks to those guys, Mike Knuckles, for letting me do it. So hopefully get to do it again.
Thanks, William. Jamie?
Well, Noah Gragson, hot shoe in the Xfinity Series, and this year sharing the Cup Series ride with AJ Allmendinger. So did you actually choose to run dirt, something that you don't have much experience doing?
Yeah, it's kind of what we were left with on the schedule, but everybody at Colleague Racing has been working so hard, and our teammate's really fast, and our car is pretty good. The driver, I was talking to him, he's struggling, but I feel like I'm still at the Easter egg hunt from this morning. I'm just lost out there, but we got in a wreck. I've been trying to keep all the fenders on it and just finish all the laps, and that hasn't been working. So maybe I need to go out there and just try and wreck, and maybe I won't get any damage. But thanks to Matt Colleague and Chris Rice, everybody at Colleague Racing, it's been a lot of fun. Our car's pretty tore up, but it's still pretty fast. So we're a few laps down. Hopefully we can get the wave around. I know there's still a lot of rowdy fans out here, and they want to see us go back to racing, so I'm all for it. If we can't get out here in the real cars, I say we do bracket racing, kind of like March Madness, guy versus guy in the Packer cars, and have a winner. I know I'm talking, but it's raining, we're having fun, and I have a great view of the field.
I think what he's saying, Chris, is the Desert Kid is struggling on the dirt tonight.
All right.
Back to you.
Well, all ideas we'll listen to, but I think NASCAR has it under control. And you can see the rain is still falling. It's a light rain. We're outside turns 1 and 2, just outside the track, the actual track, but on the track grounds, again, with Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers, and Michael Waltrip. A couple of storylines that we're developing throughout the course of this race. We thought we might have a first-time winner. Was last year's champ going to win? Meanwhile, Chase Briscoe has the flat tire. He led early for 48 laps, but had a problem here.
Yeah, Briscoe seemed to be the car to beat. Spun out, Michael, did not have any contact, and now he's in a position he might win the race.
And Kyle Larson went on to win that first stage, but man, that spin, and that could lead to him winning this race. That's interesting. You can see people pitting, the track changing. There's been so much going on during the course of this race.
Yeah, Briscoe stayed out. Then we had this 5-car wreck on a restart, and it pretty much took out Kevin Harvick, who's just been unhappy all week.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick's had a long 2 or 3 days. Actually, it seemed like he had a pretty good car as the track changed, but he finds himself now out of the race going home.
How about this? He spins around, right? And then he goes on to win the stage, and he's in a pretty good spot right now.
He's had an eventful day too, but a much different eventful day.
Yeah, and then the rains came, and there he is now waiting it out. And it looks like the intention is that we're going to get to go once again. And we finally have sorted out, as we understand more of the ruling, when they froze the field after stage 2. But it looked like for a moment there with Suarez, we were going to have our 4th first-time winner of the season. Obviously, things changed there. He's still had the most laps at the moment, or so far in this race.
And after the way he performed here last year, nobody's Trackhouse Racing this year has been on fire, and nobody was surprised to see Daniel Suarez up front fighting for the win. His teammate Ross Chastain right behind him for much of the way, but he's got some engine issues now.
Yeah, he said that he was going to be done if they went back. Feels like the motor is blown up on that car. But I don't think we can say enough about Trackhouse Racing. The fact Ross was able to win at COTA just a few races ago, and just overall the way that team has been able to perform this season, really on their second season in the series.
And you know what is interesting to me is when the rain does stop and they get the track packed, we're going to have an interesting restart with a lot of guys that haven't been up front all night gaining that track position, and the track's changing.
Totally different track. Talk about running along the bottom. You kind of do that anyway at Bristol, right? I mean, you think that'll continue?
Well, the track moves, right? They chase the moisture, they say, and they've conditioned the track. We've seen the equipment out there tilling up the dirt, and it's going to be interesting to see the rain that we've had. Is that make the track too sloppy to go back? Is it actually just put some grip? We talk about tacky was one of those words we used at the beginning of the show. The track's probably going to have a lot of grip with what it's been through in the last 30 minutes.
All right, Kyle Larson has had his moments. Half the races this year coming in won by Hendrick Chevrolets, including one of him in the Stage 1 winner. He's standing by with our Regan Smith.
Well, Chris, you're right. He has that one win earlier this year already, and Hendrick been very, very strong this season. Strong again so far tonight for you. What's your evaluation of the evening?
It's been good. My car was really good the first stage, and then the track was starting to slick up there, and when we put it on the fresh set of tires, I got really tight. So I think we freed up here this next change. So if we go back green, I think the track will be in a similar spot that it was, and hopefully we can move forward some. It's been hard to pass, but we'll see. I'd like to go back racing. It's been pretty fun.
Nobody with more dirt and experience in the field than Kyle Larson. Jamie?
Well, Cole Custer captured his first career pole for this race. And then early on, you had the overheating issues. You were able to come back from that. How was the car once the rain started?
Yeah, I think we're pretty good, honestly. I think our Jacob Company's Ford Mustang's pretty solid. I think we can run top 10. It's just we've had to fight all night to try and get laps back and try and get ourselves back in the mix. So hopefully they get going back green. I mean, I think, you know, the trucks can go out there and run laps, so I don't know why we can't. So hopefully we can get back out there, work the track in, and get back going.
All right, Cole Custer right now scored 20th, Chris.
All right, thank you very much, Jamie and Cole. And thank you for staying with us wherever you're watching. We're live at Bristol Motor Speedway under a rain delay. Is he going to hang on to win? We hope to go racing again soon. Live at Bristol Motor Speedway, our prime time event in the dirt on the mud at the moment in a rain delay after stage 2. And if you heard Ross Chastain, driver of the 1 car, who'd currently be 11th, we have about 100 laps to go in the race. He said, hey, if we have to refire, I think this engine, it may be done. Obviously, with dirt, with rain, we saw issues on the grill. But how about when dirt gets in your throttle body? What happens? Our crew chief, Larry McReynolds, will explain. Larry.
Well, Chris, if you go back to last year's car, when air would go through the grill opening, it would go through the ductwork, through the radiator, dump onto the hood. But let's go to our Ford Performance Cutaway car. There you see the grill opening right there. The air goes through it, through the radiator, and then through 2 separate ducts. It goes actually out some louvers in the hood, but some air also goes over into the throttle body, and when it gets there, it just sucks the dirt and the dust down in the engine, and that's the problem that Ross Chastain in that 1 car has right now.
All right. Well, I don't know. When he said, "Hey, I'm into trouble here," I feel like if the answer was throttle body and the question was, what if Michael Waltrip was dancing? What would describe that?
Oh, that's another body issue that goes on there. I'm just glad you threw it to Larry McReynolds about that, because I don't think Jamie and I would have had the answer.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Larry. Some people like playing golf, like Michael. We all have our hobbies. Larry loves to tell a straighter. That's his thing.
It helps us to understand. But when you come to a dirt race, as you pointed out, you're going to get dirt on your grill, right? There's going to be issues with dirt that you normally wouldn't have with cars this weight and drivers, 36 drivers in the field.
We saw that earlier when the mud got on the grills and a couple cars had to pit and unscheduled pit stops. If we do go back racing, I expect NASCAR to be very proactive about making sure if they start hearing chatter on the radios about cars overheating, they just throw the caution and let them address that problem.
Yeah, and we saw Cole Custer had to pit initially. They didn't throw the caution. They saw him get on pit road. They saw the next couple of cars pit. They threw a caution. And I thought it was great because they let everybody come in, clean the grill, nobody loses track position, and then go back racing.
Right.
That's the one thing that they can't control is the inlet of the radiator and how dirty or muddy the track is and it getting in that spot.
And any more throttle body issues, I'm sure they'll be on top of that. We had a lot of spin issues. We saw this too in terms of the heat races on Saturday, and then even here, this is Alex Bowman, the showman, showing off a little spin.
Yeah, that's interesting because every spin was on turns 2 until now. Now we've seen guys go around in 4. I asked guys earlier, why is 2 so difficult? And they said it's just a different radius, and you have a little bit of problem in the center of that corner.
All right, Jamie Little is standing by with Mr. Bowman. Maybe we'll get more on that.
Yes, Alex Bowman, yes, the white suit, pretty clean in the front, a little bit dirty in the back. We don't need to show that. We just showed you spin around, but you guys did recover from it. What was happening there? What were you fighting with your car?
Yeah, we've just been a little bit off this weekend, and I think we were kind of banking on the track freeing up, and I think the Cup cars use the right front tires so much, even on dirt, that I'm just super tight, and as the track slicked up, I've gotten even tighter. So spun it out trying to get the thing to turn, which was a bummer, and then obviously got crashed there on the back straightaway, just zero visibility with all the dust. So bummer, the right front's all tore off the thing, the suspension's all torn to hell, but I don't know, hanging out. I'm going sprint car racing this week, so I'm excited about that. I'm already ready to go home, but we're going to give it our best here if we get back going green and try to make something happen here with a tore-up race car.
He owns a team, sprint cars, races on dirt. You're the dirt expert, right? You want to be up there mixing up with these guys. We need to go back green.
Oh, I'm not the expert by any means, but I'm the expert at like the party at the dirt track after the race. The driving the race car part is I'm still new to it, and I'm trying to figure it out. But it's been a lot of fun. Obviously, running the sprint car earlier this year, and then a couple races this week, and kind of gotten to roll into a bunch of races in June. So that's been a lot of fun. Obviously, I need all the help I can get because it's been a pretty poor showing for me this weekend. But Greg and all the guys have worked really hard and stayed out, got some track position, kind of depending on what you think of that, I guess. But hopefully it goes back green so we can take advantage of it.
Thanks, Alex. Regan.
Well, Jamie, from one of the dirt experts, Alex Bowman, to what I would call a road racing expert, Michael McDowell. You told me before the race, though, this car's really good. Look out for me tonight. Running 8th place. You weren't lying to me. It looks great.
Yeah, I'm a dirt novice, but my crew chief, Blake Harris, is not. And this Love's Travel Stop Ford Mustang's hooked up pretty good. It's probably better than I am right now, but we've had a solid race, worked our way into the top 10. I'm actually hoping that the rain will stop so we get racing. We pitted there, put on tires, want to finish these last 100 laps, but it's been a fun night. Happy Easter, everyone out there, and hopefully we get to go back racing.
Chris, Michael McDowell wants to get this race back going, just like we all do.
And we're looking forward to that, and looking forward to next Sunday. We go from the short track here in the dirt to the Super Speedway at Talladega, 2:30 Eastern on Fox. We'll be on site as well with the pre-race show, of course, race day on FS1 prior to that, and our special guest analysts and our cooperation with NBC, and for the good of NASCAR and race fans, the guy who's had a lot of success there, the Earnhardt name at Talladega, and the technically 2021 NASCAR Hall of Fame inductee, Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's great that NBC, just like if you saw the USFL, the football game on Saturday on Fox, NBC, the cooperation in that broadcast, we appreciate NBC working with us and having Dale Earnhardt Jr. come to a place where he's very successful, very familiar, great insight not only on the pre-show, but pre-race show, but in the booth. He'll be there with Mike Joy, just like Darrell stepped in tonight to join Clint Boyer and crew, and some thoughts on that. Obviously very familiar with that place, and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Man, back in the day, I had so much fun running running Talladega with Dale Jr. It just seemed like we could complete each other's sentences. We ran the same lanes. We did the right things and got to victory lane. And, man, Dale Jr. in the booth at Talladega, that's going to be a great Sunday afternoon. I'm so thankful that Fox worked together and got this done.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to have a better guy at Talladega. He was really special at that type of racing for so many years, especially in the mid-2000s. He was almost unbeatable at that track. And I think as we went through the year and Fox has had different analysts in the booth, it was great to have Chad Knausen there a few weeks ago to kind of get the crew chief's perspective and somebody that currently is working on the teams. Tony Stewart, obviously a Hall of Famer. But next week at Talladega, I think having somebody – Super Speedway racing is its own art, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. was one of the best ever to get in a car and race.
Yeah, and I always enjoyed interviewing him. He's such a profound thinker when you talk to him, and I have loved his broadcast work since he has stepped away from racing. That was Chase Briscoe getting into the pace truck, so they're going to take a look around the track and get the driver's comfort level with getting this thing going again.
I'd say that gets us a step closer to going back racing.
Sign.
You know, you got the Packer cars out there. We know they're soaking up some of the moisture, and having the drivers go out and see what it's like, it's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think having someone like Chase Briscoe that has a dirt background and kind of look at that. A lot of guys like Joey Logano is someone that'll tell you that he doesn't know a lot about dirt racing. Chase Briscoe does. So I think for him to go out there, be able to kind of analyze what the track is going to have and see it's ready. It is not really raining anymore, so it's getting closer.
Let's go to Regan.
Well, Chris, Eric Jones, they're calling drivers back to the cars. We just heard you hear the fans cheering right now. How's your night been, and what do you expect when we get back going?
It's been up and down. I mean, we've made our way forward. We fell back. We kind of tore the whole nose off our Tide Chevrolet, so we got that cleared up. Hopefully, we don't get any mud here shoved up in the radiator. That's the only thing I think we're worried about. So I don't know. We're learning as we go and just trying to make up spots and figure it out. So we'll hopefully keep going forward.
Mike, Chris, you heard the cheers. Drivers are getting ready to get back in these race cars.
Yeah, encouraging to see how they sort out. Chase Briscoe, your leader. There's your winner last year, first ever Bristol dirt race. Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Clint Boyer calling the race and continuing 100 laps to go in a moment.
The weight We've had some rain songs tonight for you, but now the rain has pretty much stopped. The Packer cars are finishing up, and we're getting close to racing. So we've explained the scoring. Let's explain some of the confusion. One of the spotters wrote on social media that NASCAR called out a lineup that indicated Kyle Busch as the leader. That happened. That was the restart lineup, not the running order. Yeah. That lineup also populated our screen briefly, so we apologize for any confusion. But the fact is, scoring stopped at the end of stage 2 with Chase Briscoe the leader, and scoring does not resume until after the cars take the green flag for stage 3.
You simplified that twice. I was sold on it. I know that. Now it's time to go back to business, DW. I'm telling you, this track is going to be even better than it was before. They've got this thing rolled in. Pack cars or Packers, whatever you think they are.
Packers, yeah.
They're out there packing this thing in, and I think there's a chance. They even had water on it. The water truck was watering the track. But I think that outside groove is going to move up even higher and widen this racing groove, which is good for us, buddy.
Morris Midkiff, you remember him?
The former chief scorer, long time, never missed one yet, Calf.
He told me that scoring was impeccable. So I'm on his team.
Okay.
So that's right there. You see this cushion on the outside. They're going to go out there and roll that thing in. I'd like to see them pack cars actually roll up it a little bit higher, but when these cars get out there, they'll be feeling that out. I'm telling you, I think this baby's going to be even racier than it was before.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Shouldn't have as much, the roost that we had before where it was plugging the radiators. This track is very hard now. You shouldn't have as much of that, but your grip level should be higher than it was.
So here is Chase Briscoe, who led the field to the green and white checkered flag at the end of stage 2. He will restart 17th.
Wow.
After pit stops.
But that's only if they go back green.
Correct. I wondered that must have been the rain dance he was. I saw him down there a little while ago dancing. It must have been the rain dance.
I tell you, I'd have been selling some monsoon out there if I was him.
What they used to say, send out a rabbit. Rabbits? We got rabbits everywhere.
Those are Easter bunnies.
Oh, those are Easter bunnies. Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, the Packer cars are in. The drivers are in the cars. Just waiting word to restart and hopefully run the final 100 laps of the Food City Dirt Race.
Oh, we're going to run them. We're going to run all 100 laps.
Okay.
I don't know how many cautions we're going to have in the process, but we're going to run all 100 laps.
By the way, the answer to the question on Clint's money game of how many cautions to the end of stage 2, I have 9 on my scorecard. So 24 people are 5 for 6 so far, and they're alive to win Clint's money tonight. $25,000 at stake on the Fox Bet Super 6 app. They just have to guess correctly which of the 6 choices will finish ahead of the others.
Gotta have all 6. Takes all 6, baby. 25,000. How many of them 24 you think's going to get that money?
I can tell you about 10 to go. A little early.
We're going to know pretty quick.
A little early.
All right, you heard the crowd roar. That's because drivers were given the command to start engines. Now, those that did not stop at the end of stage 2, they're saving fuel. They're going to wait till the last possible second when that pace truck rolls off. Visor cam, Bubba Wallace, clear view.
You know the good thing, Mike? All the cars, they got all the grills clean. They got all the windshields clean, so it's like starting all over again. No visibility problems. No heating problems.
Daniel Suarez has a visibility problem. There are cars in front of him.
Yeah.
Well, there wasn't, yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
And if we go back green, so's your leader, Chase Briscoe. And the list goes on. Daniel Suarez.
Mike, I was over at Henry Motorsports, and Chad was showing me the car. They have a camera that shoots a rear view of the car. I mean, you can look in the camera, in the screen, and you can see what's behind you, which I thought was cool as heck.
Yeah,
we never had that before.
No, that's a new innovation, a rear view monitor.
Yeah.
Just like you have for backing up in your new car.
Yeah.
Except it works at 190 miles an hour going forward. We've seen that in road racing for quite some time. In fact, some of those used in the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona also have arrows and colors to indicate how fast somebody is approaching you. Closing speed. I don't think that would work here.
No, I don't like that.
No.
Let's stick that road racers.
Waiting on Austin Cindric and Eric Almirola. As soon as they're ready, I think we can roll.
You know what I love, Mike? I mean, NASCAR, look, they could have called this race. They said, all right, we're going home. But they never do. They stick it out, and they try to get every lap run that they possibly can.
Chase Briscoe, the pony in his grill, is ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. You say pony. Ford Mustang birthday, I think it's 58. Big day for the Ford Mustang. Led a lot of laps tonight with Chase Briscoe. That baby getting victory lane after all. Who will know? He's been to the front, to the back, to the front. Now going to the back again.
But you know what I saw with that 14 car? He's got a car that can get back up there. His car really was good. I could run high, could run low. He passed a lot of cars. I think he'll be back in the hunt.
We're going to keep an eye on Ross Chastain. Larry explained how that dirt could come in the inlet and make its way into the engine, and the car might or might not start.
Oh, you see the puff of smoke popping and cracking. It does not sound good. Oh, girl's sick.
Mike, it'll start. I just don't think he's going to go very far. Oh, that thing is terrible.
At Advent Health Cam giving us the views from Ross Chastain's car, but for how long?
Oh my gosh. That's a sick feeling, man, that engine laying down on you.
And a terrible sound, too,
Oh, golly.
There's nothing that sounds worse than all them things starting to come apart in a V8 engine.
I always like what Schrader said. Schrader said, I don't know what happened, but something really important in that engine let go.
So remember, these caution laps do not count. We have 100 to go, and scoring will resume after the field takes the green flag for stage 3. And it looks like Ross Chastain will not be one of them.
No, he's not even going to make it back to the pits, I don't think.
He is in turn 4 on the apron.
It's shut off, Phil.
And that's that.
Guys, he's at the at bottom of turn 4, right by the garage opening.
He's cranking the car with this, or he's moving the car with the starter, Mike. He's got it in gear and he's cranking it out of the harm's way, I think.
The director will give him a push, and we'll be ready to go.
I think it's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
Here's the starter to move it out of there.
Yeah.
This is when it's a great time to have a win in your pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Same could be said of Denny Hamlin, who is out of this race. Kevin Harvick and Justin Allgaier all behind the pit wall. Noah Gragson 6 laps down, and everybody else on the lead lap, 32 cars.
Boy, she's ready.
Yeah, it looks
coming.
good.
One to go. I like that.
Doesn't look any different than it did when we went to the break.
So Kyle Busch will lead the field to green. He is the first of the cars that did not pit at stage end. Now, again, if I recall the rules correctly, tires can be changed and fuel can be added at the stage breaks, but not during the stages.
I think you're right.
So if you didn't stop at the end of stage 2, gonna have to ask Larry Mack here.
You're right.
Are you done getting fuel for the night?
Absolutely, Mike. The only way you can change the tires for the rest of this stage is if you have a flat 1-for-1.
Ready to go green for stage 3, and that will clear it all up. It'll be Kyle Busch and Joey Logano on the front row, and we're back to green.
Boy. Whoa, whoa, Kyle.
Reddick shoots the middle to the lead.
Well, outside's not quite ready yet.
No, a little slick up there. Moving around quite a bit.
How about the 8 of Tyler Reddick?
Whoa,
hold on to it, Kyle Busch.
He's got his hands full, buddy.
All good. Be 3 top for a sec.
Kyle Busch loses almost half a dozen spots there. Austin Dillon charging. Looked to the inside off the 12. Couldn't make the move on Blaney.
Boy, they're tippy-toeing around here right now, Mike. You can tell they're not backing that throttle much at all.
Last lap for the leader, 20.01. That's about 7/10 off of his fastest lap of the night.
Oh, there's a car up on the wall.
Whoa, Dylan, a big slide, just missed Blaney's bumper by inches. And look at this scrum. Briscoe and Bell trying to work their way forward. Currently 14th and 15th.
I tell you, Mike, they better stay out of that fluff. But they get up in that, they're in trouble.
Track is racy, top to bottom. It was a little greasy on that outside first couple of laps for Kyle Busch, but now it's anywhere. Multi-groove racing at its best.
And look who's up there running second. Oh, Joey Logano.
Last year's winner. Show you what happened to Kyle Busch right after the restart as he continues to work up high.
Yeah, he just got up too high over here off turn 2, and that thing got loose on him, and he caught it. I think he kept it out of the wall.
It looked to me like it got tight first. He had his wheels were pretty much deadlocked. He got on that gas and tried to get the rear end to come around, and it sure did, didn't it?
Oh yeah, she came around.
Now Briscoe and Bell, two of the favorites here a couple of corners ago. This happened inside of Almirola.
A little casual contact.
Bell's been loose in all night long, and when he had the 14 on his outside, we had to pull left and stay off of him. You could see him loose again.
Yeah, that 20 car, Bell, the car's been really loose. I mean, he just runs it sideways a lot. You can see it there, sideways off the corner, but he seemed to be making time with it. Driving it in there pretty good.
Larry Mack, I've got to wonder, of the 16 drivers that did not pit at the end of stage 2, is there a risk of running out of gas?
Well, I remember I talked to Ben Bayshore, Kyle Busch's crew chief, and he said with all the cautions, he felt pretty comfortable. And then I think, as DW pointed out, the pace is slowing down right now, as slick as the track is.
Man, oh man, I'll tell you, Brad Keselowski, he's getting a handful of M&Ms.
Keselowski up to 5th, just ran his personal fastest lap of the night, as did William Byron.
I tell you, the track's got some grip in it.
It does, but you know, I kind of make Keselowski feel pretty good because he has had a lot of issues, and to be up here running the top 5, that's not too bad.
Oh, got a wreck. 3 and 4.
Caution's out, caution's out. Wreck in the middle of 3 and 4.
Ricky Stenhouse got the worst of it. And that is caution flag number 10 at lap 162.
I got a little right front damage there, but otherwise, the car looks pretty clean. Take that in, give it a little wash job.
A lot of these cars are going to need some of that Irish Spring when they get done with this place. I think if whole Bristol Motor Speedway is going to need it.
Take a look at this in progress. It involved a lot more than just Ricky Stenhouse. Watch Cody Ware and Chase Elliott and Daniel Suarez, and then everybody, Martin Truex and Ricky Stenhouse, got the worst of it.
But what I love, Mike, is this dirt. You know, on the dirt, you just push a guy, and it doesn't damage your car that bad. You can get into somebody, and it doesn't damage it that bad.
Oh, how did he get sideways?
Whoops.
I think he got a little help.
Number 9 coming through. 88 laps to go in Bristol, Tennessee. We'll take you back side by side. There's a beautiful sight on an Easter night. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For those that push the limits of possibility, Goodyear, more driven.
Mike, I don't care what you say. I've been here 50 years. That track looks big when it's dirt.
Yes,
it
it
just
does.
looks bigger than it does when it's asphalt or concrete.
Tyler Reddick chooses the outside on Joey Logano. Then Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, the top 5 as we go back to green with 83 to go.
Boy, Austin Dillon's done a nice job of getting himself up here in contention right now.
4 wide in the back.
That 3 car doesn't look too bad.
Looks really good. Second place, Austin Dillon. Kyle Busch, 3rd.
What about Kyle? He fell back there getting that outside, almost got in the wall, but he's fought his way back, and he's up into 3rd place.
Richard Childress Racing running 1-2.
Yeah, looking really well. Could be another first-time winner, Mike.
Except out of turn 2, a car has spun at the outside wall.
Yeah.
Eric Jones still on the lead lap.
Yeah, but he lost his whole nose. It doesn't have a splitter, doesn't have anything. Maybe it'll help it. I don't know.
Caution number 11. He had a good bit of prior damage.
Yeah,
him and Ricky Stenhouse got together, trying to stay off of him. Got turned around.
TIDE.
Larry, these frequent cautions aren't much for racing, but they sure are good for fuel mileage.
Everybody that stayed out at the end of stage 2, Mike, they really don't need to even sweat the fuel mileage anymore.
On the prior caution, Chase Elliott and Cody Ware got together both in the caution and afterwards. First, Chase Elliott.
He's hitting us now. Who is that idiot? Who is that guy? Cody Ware. If he cuts our tire, I'm going to whip his. Better get ready to whip his because he's trying to. Stop, Cody, stop. You're ahead of him. Tired of getting bullied by all these guys. Yeah, man, copy that. He's mad because he had nothing for you. You know, he couldn't get by you.
All right, so Ware gets the free pass, rolling around now. And here's what happened after the caution flag. Whoa.
That's a very unhappy driver.
Rick Ware with one of his cars in the top 20, J.J. Yaley, who had been running up in the top 15.
If I was going to hit a guy, I'd do some damage.
And Cody having some issues here, but he's got the free pass.
He did.
He's back on the lead lap.
He did. Good for him.
Your leader is Tyler Reddick. Regan.
Well, Mike, Tyler Reddick leading the race. I spoke with his crew chief, Randall Burnett, earlier today about scenarios like this, the track changing, things adapting as we've just had with the rain a little while ago, and now the track going through big swings. Said that is the biggest asset that they have today is Tyler's ability to adjust in the car, whether it's with his feet, how he's using the gas pedal, how he's using the brakes, adjusting the brakes. He said there's nobody better at reading the track and doing that quick. He did it yesterday in the heat races, doing it again tonight right now.
Well, Richard Childress Racing had a 1-2-3 finish here in 2008. Jeff Burton, Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer. 1-2-3.
Terrible order, though. I had my order all messed up. Was a good night. I remember that night.
Yes, sir.
Saw Andy Petrie stand up on top of that truck. He's team manager.
VP of competition.
Yeah,
he's a vice.
Doing a good job. Here he is.
Yep.
Hey, buddy, wave at us. Come on, wave.
One of our Race Hub buddies. Childress Racing 1-2 now. Getting ready for this restart. 77 laps to go.
Do you know Petrie used to drive? He was a driver.
Yes. Yes.
And you know how I know? He put me in the wall at Indy in a Saturday race. And you know what he said when he went by? Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Oh, no. Martin Truex here.
It pits. Is that maybe adjusting the toe? Larry? Is that what that was?
I don't think so.
That's what it looked like, possibly, Clint.
Yeah.
So, Clint, what do you think? Is this a better racetrack than what we had before the rain?
I think it is, and I think it's going to only get better. I think it's wider, and when that outside gets moved up, much like it did last night in that truck race, that's when business really picked up. Those boys were able to put on a great show.
Yeah, you're probably right. It might get back. It's not as good right now as it was at the end of that second stage, but it could get better for sure.
Regan, what's up with Truex?
Well, Mike, you guys are exactly correct. They got some damage on that right front. The toe was out, pitted to fix it. They're going to try and get it done as quick as they can, as he's actually headed back out to the track already.
Quick work. And we're ready to restart. Teammates on the front row now, Reddick and Austin Dillon. Last year's winner, Joey Logano with Kyle Busch, row 2. Keselowski and Blaney. Briscoe's worked his way up to 7th. Justin Haley has climbed to 10th. Christopher Bell back in 16th, and Kyle Larson in 18th. Here we go.
Well, that inside line just can't get going. Every car that's down on the bottom just spins the tires, can't take off.
You know what's funny about that comment? Same way when it's concrete too.
Yeah, there's no grip down there.
It's just a bad angle.
A lot of 3 wide here.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Christopher Bell nowhere to go. Haley down on the bottom in the 31. Trying to complete that pass, bumps Byron.
Excuse me.
There they go.
Pardon me, coming through.
Logano looking for the lead.
Sorry, absolutely. I got excited. He was looking like he was going to shoot to the bottom there, Joey Logano. Oh, he's leaning on him.
Oh, now, Joey, easy, buddy.
Big slide by Dillon to get right with those 2. Spinner, Todd Gilliland, the rookie, out of turn 2. And we stay green. Can he get going? No, caution. Number 12.
What's the record, Mike? 20?
On dirt? I'm not sure, Darryl.
See the 38 down low, 3 wide. Oh, Rick. Man, they were all beating and banging on each other. The 47 is into the 45 on his outside, and he spun underneath of him.
And Noah Gragson gets a free pass again. So we have 72 laps to go. Tyler Reddick leading, and we'll take you, Fox, side by side. getting ready for the restart with 68 laps to go. Tyler Reddick outside of Joey Logano. Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski. That second row, those two were involved in a crash at lap 114, and look how they've fought their way forward to third and fourth. Then Chase Briscoe, Kyle Busch, 5th and 6th. Ryan Blaney, Michael McDowell, Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher, the top 10. 31 lead lap cars, and here they come. Three wide, way around the outside. Kyle Busch for second.
Wow, power move. Great job getting to the outside of Brad Keselowski. Kyle Busch means business. Here he comes.
Well, I tell you, that Logano in that twin, he's got his hands full. He doesn't have the best car, but he's hanging on.
Ryan Blaney for 7th, outside Michael McDowell.
McDowell said he had a good car, Mike, and it actually is showing up. He looks like he's in pretty good shape.
Bowman's been in a couple of skirmishes. He's fought his way back into the top 10.
Yeah, it's a good job by Bowman. I mean, you thought about him, but he spun out, and there he is. He's in contention.
Kyle Busch stalking Tyler Reddick for the lead. And they're about to have company. Logano and Keselowski.
I like the way you said it, though. He's stalking him. He's watching him. He see where he's going to go and try to go the opposite direction.
Try to force him into a mistake. And where's that mistake? I think that mistake is push him into the corner harder than he wants to go. The cars that get loose into the corner usually end up having to counter by the time they get to the middle of the corner and make a bobble. That's when you can pounce on and make that move.
And Brad Keselowski has moved to third. I don't think we saw that coming.
Oh, no. I didn't think about Keselowski even being a factor, but he's running in third and looking pretty racy. Got a pretty good race car.
Kyle Busch has 8 victories on concrete here. He's trying to tame the dirt.
How old is Kyle now? He's 30 what?
36.
Wow, 36. Good old guy.
You know, we talk about the track having this progressive banking. That's exactly where Tyler Reddick's running. Picking up that progressive banking where it has that pitch, also having that cushion on the outside. What he can't do is let Kyle Busch get to his outside. He knows that. Holding that groove, that preferred line. But this track is ever changing. We keep saying that. You heard Larry talk about that earlier in the night. It'll change and that bottom will start coming.
Right now, though, that 8 car looks really good up around the top. Right, I guess you'd call that the cushion, or right on the edge of it.
But that cushion turns into fluff. We've had that. We saw it last night. All of those heat races, and then all of a sudden you flip the channel to the truck race, and oh man, it got business picked up in a big way right up against the wall. That's what I want to see. I want to see that thing widen out so far that that bottom starts coming in. When it gets cleaned up down there, that bottom will start going a lot better.
Here are your Toyota top performers with 55 laps to go. Kyle Busch in second. Christopher Bell 9th. Bubba Wallace top 15.
I'll tell you another thing. You see these wheel spins, how sideways they are. One thing that I noticed in that truck race when I was watching up there, boy, those two got together, was I don't think these tires wear, but I do think they get hot and go away.
You know what I love about dirt track racing? Almost every lap there's almost a wreck.
I was going to say all of it.
Somebody's banging into somebody every lap.
Look at that. Did you see the fire coming to that 14 up off the corner? That told me he was shifting.
That's right.
There's a track that advertises, we'll sell you a seat, but you're only going to need the edge.
Well, I think the people tonight are sitting on the edge.
Christopher Bell, 9th place, +2 from where he restarted. Working hard on the outside of Michael McDowell.
Mike, I think the top's pretty good, but you just have to be so careful. You got to really you got to hold a pretty wheel to get around that top. I think that's where the speed is, but that's also where the wall is.
Chase Briscoe, less than 4 seconds behind the leader, but in 6th place, trying to fight his way back to the front.
You heard Austin Dillon riding along with him. Listen to his throttle. When he rolled through that last corner, you heard him walk, 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 trying to keep that nose pointed, trying to get the rear end to come around for him. Picks up a push. Darrell, you got to grab on that throttle. Get that thing to come around and get pointed so you can go. Oh, slide job. Here it comes. Pushed him up into that fluff. Rest is history. Threw an elbow there. Now he's going to get one thrown to him. Blaney slide job.
And a crossover.
That's one thing about that. When you see those fire come out of the pipes when he'd come off the corner, that 14 car was shifting again. But when you see a guy slide and move somebody out of the way, that's a green light for you. I can get him now.
I love it.
Now Briscoe just squared off that corner to get to turn 3. Somebody bounced off the wall in 2. Slow down the back straightaway on the outside. Looks like he'll get to pit road, and we get a caution.
Picking up, yellows out, yellows out, yellows.
It is Ricky Stenhouse bringing out the 13th caution of the night. 48 laps to go. Tyler Reddick trying to hold off Kyle Busch, and Brad Keselowski will go side by side. With 44 laps to go, here's tonight's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Man, I love the first pick. I'm going with the guy leading this race, Tyler Reddick. Won his heat race last night, bad fast tonight, has dirt racing in his background. I'm telling you, my man's going to win his first race tonight.
Clint, Joey Logano's last win was right here 1 year ago, a 37-race winless streak, the longest since he's been at Team Penske. But I'll say this, running fourth, this next restart could determine if he breaks that winless streak.
Hey, Larry Mack, third-generation driver, won Phoenix. I tell you, that car right there, the 14 car, Chase Briscoe, keep your eye on him.
Did you guys see that last restart a moment ago? Kyle Busch to the outside. Kyle Busch at Bristol, 8-time winner. I'm going with Kyle Busch. He's the one to watch.
100 laps ago, Austin Dillon and Brad Keselowski were involved in an incident, and now here they are with a chance for a top 5 finish, both of them. It's a good night to be RCR. And that's your Credit One Bank ones to watch, with now 42 laps to go. And getting ready for a restart. On the left side of your screen, here is tonight's Ram running order. Reddick, Kyle Busch, Keselowski, Logano, Blaney, the top 5. One former dirt track specialist in that group. How about that?
Yeah, and that's exactly, I was sitting there listening to all of us call out the ones to watch who we think's going to win this race. And it just blows my mind that once again, Kyle Larson isn't on that list, and Christopher Bell's not on that list. Two absolute dominant dirt track racers anywhere in the country. That tells you this car and this track here, this configuration is the ultimate equalizer.
Yeah, they just haven't been as good when we went back to racing, the 5 or the 20.
Bell is 8th, Larson is 10th. What it does show you, these are the best race car drivers in America.
Yep.
Take all these pavement specialists, oval trackers, road racers, you put them on dirt, give them something unfamiliar, and they master it quickly.
Used to have the prelude to the dream, Eldora Speedway. I took Jimmy Johnson there, put him in a race car. Everybody said, you're an idiot. There's no way he's going to win this race. Not only did he win, he went out there, took all the money, and didn't even put a scratch on it, Daryl.
All right, restarting with 40 laps to go. And Kyle Busch had to wait on Tyler Reddick at the restart zone there just a bit, but they are even 3 wide right behind them. Brad Keselowski on the bottom had a little trouble getting going, and he falls to 8th. Austin Dillon in trouble.
The pace.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Oh, baby.
And not everybody got past.
No, it didn't happen. There's no way that could not happen.
J.J. Yaley hit him, and then Kurt Busch ended up in the wall when something bad happened to Austin Dillon, who has coasted the pit road.
Right here. Got turned head on into the wall.
Not running. Lost power in the 3-car Austin Dillon. How they all avoided him backing up through that field.
All right, Tyler Reddick, your leader. And let's listen on Austin Dillon.
Still 3 middle. Still 3 middle. Hold it right where you're at. Start coming down. One inside here, one inside.
So Dillon's a rolling roadblock here. Al Mirola and Kurt Busch get into the outside wall after contact there from Yaley. And let's ride with Kurt Busch and our Monster Energy Cam.
Wow. Big hit.
Yeah, Eric Almirola got into him as things clogged up down in turn 1.
Yeah, the 24 definitely, when the 24 William Byron hit the Austin Dillon car, I think that's why you had that left rear tire flat. And then I also saw that toe link, the right rear toe link on the 24 instantly started smoking. I think he broke that toe link. They might be able to get the 24 William Byron back out on the racetrack.
23's got, or is that, no, it's 45, sorry.
So Kurt Busch waiting on repairs. Let's take a look at the Xfinity fastest laps of the night. To no surprise, Kyle Larson tops that list, but there is Tyler Reddick right with him. Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, all dirt track aces. Alex Bowman, Justin Haley, Ty Dillon.
Look at Bubba Wallace. He's had the 10th. He's 10th quick on that chart, Mike.
Yep.
That's pretty impressive.
Our Columbia Cam riding with Bubba tonight, and Fox Visor Cam. Thanks to Bubba and his crew for participating with us.
I don't know, Boyer, but that don't look right. Looks like she's
Which
looks
corner?
Like she's leaning, looks like she's leaning over too much.
Well, the left rear tire is definitely flat.
Got way too much.
But I
camber.
think that thing was smoking on that last restart. I think it.
Regan?
Blew up. Regan, yeah.
Yeah, the initial report from Austin after he came down pit road, guys, was that it blew up. That was his first comments. They're going to try and fire it again here, but he initially said it blew up.
And the first thing Tyler Reddick, our leader, asked, what happened to his teammate?
Oh, yeah.
Fearing something similar.
Yeah.
Oh, no worse feeling when you look over and see your teammate have trouble. You know they were built in the same house.
Yep. Especially when it's under the hood.
Did a good night. Austin Dillon had a good car. He was running up front, doing everything right. Circumstances wasn't in the cards for him.
But it always, you know, Clint, Mike, it always gets this way. You get down to 20 to go, 15, 20 to go, it gets wild and crazy. People just don't give anymore. They've given and given and given. They're tired of giving, they take.
That's Bristol, baby.
I love it. I always like to be ahead of all that.
Well, there are cars out there with a good bit of damage, especially J.J. Yaley, a lot of rear end damage there. They're a part of that. So we are ready to restart. They called it off this time. Lights are on. Eric Almirola comes out of the pits. Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch. 1-2.
That 14 car being on the outside, I'm telling you, don't count him out. DW, I thought you were crazy for picking that car. He went to the back, but now here he is again. To the front, to the back, to the front, to the back. Now here he is again.
You know what?
Great night for the 14 car.
You know what? I'd be worried if I was Tyler Reddick. Kyle Busch is behind me. And Kyle Busch is hungry.
And Kyle Busch has been behind him these last 20 laps, but unable to pounce.
You know why I'd be worried about that 14?
Just you wait.
I'd be worried more about that 14 because he came from a lot further back than Kyle Busch did.
All right, so on the restart, we're going to listen to Joe Campbell. He is Chase Briscoe's spotter, the number 14. And looks like we may get another lap or two here.
Kyle Busch, there's nobody better on restarts than him. Going to have to get a good jump on Tyler Reddick because you know that 14 of Chase Briscoe is going to push Reddick, try to get him by him to clear Kyle Busch.
What I've noticed is all those guys that are down the inside, they realize that inside has not got the grip that up in the groove does. They've been crowding that guy on the outside as much as possible, putting the fender right in the door, trying to shove him up the hill a little bit.
I'm going to watch on this restart for Chase Briscoe to get a great jump right behind Tyler Reddick and thread the needle between Reddick and Kyle Busch, throw it off into the corner and hope it comes out the other side.
You make a good driver, Mike. A lot of hoping. I hope this works.
1 to go. 30 laps left.
I love it. Don't you love the sound of those cars on dirt? They spin the tires, and these engines, the way they have the exhaust system on these cars, they are so much louder, and they sound so great.
Reddick outside Kyle Busch. Briscoe outside Joey Logano. Christopher Bell outside Ryan Blaney. And they've waved it off again for a bit of falling rain. Typically, this is a situation where NASCAR will pull the drivers over the radio. Are we good to go?
Well, you can see in the background of those guys, it's raining a little more than I thought it was.
That's pretty hard rain right there, boys.
Well, it's a long lens, Darrell.
Yeah,
it always looks like it's raining harder on TV
I like your optimism there, Mike.
You got a
the old long lens got us.
It would make.
Hey, how about that short lens?
Yeah, I'm hoping.
The
and
short one
the
shows
long
it
lens and
a little harder.
Oh, go stand on the roof and open your mouth, and that bucket will catch a lot of rain, won't it? All right, it's raining.
All right.
What's Kyle Busch have to say about it?
Yeah, it's slimy. I mean, down low, like getting into 3, like right here, into 3 is just pure slick.
Oh, yeah. You just see it shining up pretty good here now. Yeah.
Here they come down pit road. I want to hear Tyler Reddick. He's going to tell a different story. It's raining hard, boys. Really hard.
You know what he's going to say? I think it's over.
All right, they're going to pull the cars down pit road and halt them for this rainstorm. We'll have a look at the weather radar and assess our chances of finishing up these final 28 laps at Bristol. We'll take you Fox side by side. Corning, California's Tyler Reddick is trying to become the 10th driver in history to win a cup race for Richard Childress Racing. They have currently 109 cup victories. He has led the most laps tonight, 72. As we wait out the rain with Kyle Busch second, Joey Logano third, Chase Briscoe, Ryan Blaney, your top 5.
Yeah, Reddick's car just really looked good. I mean, Kyle Busch had been after him like a hound after a bone, but he just couldn't get by him.
Once the rain stops, minimum 20 minutes to get the track dry. So a lot of smiles down there.
You're just
in
holding
the Childress camp.
You're just holding your breath, Mike.
Yep.
You don't want to act like you want them to call it, but you want them to call it.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see that baby boy and her down there, everybody. I mean, that is exactly
that's what it's all about, baby.
Well, let's get Madonna here.
I want to try. Hey, Tyler Reddick, Boyer up in the booth. You got us?
Hey, Boyer. Yeah, I got you guys. What's going on?
You, baby. What do you think? You're probably seeing a monsoon out your windshield right now, I would assume.
Nah, I got to be honest with you, Boyer. I can see it raining up in the lights to my left, but I mean, it's definitely not a monsoon on my windshield here.
I was teasing with you, but man, I'm telling you, what a whale of a job you've been doing. You've been fast, won your heat race last night. I chose you as one to watch. Whether we end it here or get to the end, I think you're the one that can beat them all.
Well, one of the best in stock car racing, Kyle Busch, is definitely going to make me earn it. He's been hounding me pretty good here. About took me to school on a restart ago there. So, yeah, it's been a nice challenge, and it was great to have a good restart there and get in control. Having control of these restarts has been important. So we'll see what happens. But really thankful and really proud of the effort on everyone on this Ricci Chevrolet. Excited to see what happens here.
All right, man. I hope it works out for you either way, whether it's raining or not. Doing a good job. It's good to talk to you. Thanks for having us.
Tyler Reddick, your leader. Kyle Busch in second. Joey Logano third. Chevy, Toyota, Ford. And there's Austin Dillon out of his car after being pushed into the garage area with his dad, Mike. All part of the RCR group. And there is Richard Childress.
Yeah.
Whose career started slinging bags of peanuts at Bowman Gray Stadium as a youth growing up in Winston-Salem. Put together a race car, brought it to the track, and has been coming ever since. Built himself a dynasty with Dale Earnhardt, expanded to a two-car team, and though the years since 2001 were lean for a while, now his grandson Austin and young phenom Tyler Reddick.
I can tell you that man changed my life.
Yep. All right, now Richard Childress has another grandson in this race. Regan.
Well, Richard Childress does have another grandson in this race. Austin Dillon, rough battle for you tonight there. We heard you say it blew up there on that second to last caution.
Yeah, we had a pretty good restart there, and we were a little bit, both of us, worried about it, our air boxes, because we stayed out there, and the one blew up for that reason too, and we just, too much dirt got in the engine, and had a decent restart, and it just shut down on me. I'm thankful no one just KO'd me right there. I was waiting for somebody to get me big. I just tried to hold it straight, and yeah, it's crazy watching that replay. Hate that for those guys. I was done, out of power. So hopefully our teammate is rewarded for that. He drove his butt off, got up there, and he was good. So that was cool. Hopefully he gets his first win right here.
Thanks, Austin.
All right, behind him you see the Packer cars coming out to groom the track. And hopefully we can get this going once more and finish out these final 28 laps. So while we wait on the track to be groomed, let's check back in with Chris Myers for some highlights.
All right, thank you, Mike. With Michael Waltrip and Jamie McMurray, since we had the restart, we've had 5 cautions. So I think the reality, it's 14 for the race. With the track and the rain, there's only so much you can do here. They're hoping to finish, but what's your thought on where we stand?
I just think it's aggression more than the weather.
Oh,
the
okay.
laps are winding down. These guys are just taking chances. The 3 and 4 wide, they're shoving all over each other. Kyle Larson restarted 20th. He's up to 7th. They're making moves. They're making things happen. And I think, I mean, it's not really raining hard enough right now to call it, and they called the track packers back on the track.
Yeah, I love the honesty that we heard from both Chase Briscoe and Tyler Reddick. You would think that the leader would be like, oh, it's raining really hard, but they've both been extremely honest and saying, look, I think we can get back racing.
I think they want to go the distance. Let's recap real quick on this Easter Sunday evening, and now cool and chilly. Kyle Larson winning stage 1. Chase Briscoe came out early, led the first 48 laps. He spun out, then got back into this 5-car wreck, took out, among others, Kevin Harvick.
Oh, yeah, you see Harvick and you hear the contact, and he lost his front end in this wreck. And this was early in the going. I think they were still tiptoeing around trying to figure out the track, but the guy that figured it out the best, Chase Briscoe. What a good run he's had this evening.
Yeah, and here you see Tyler Reddick going for the lead, is able to split both Joey Logano and Kyle Busch, get the lead, and has taken control of the race since then. Kyle Busch has been all over him at times, but Tyler Reddick's done an amazing job of keeping that high line, keeping the momentum up and being in the right position at the right time.
He's led 72 laps, most of the race. This is his 83rd Cup race, right? Two-time Xfinity champion, the 26-year-old Tyler Reddick, hoping for that first Cup win. He's in pretty good position. And we talked at the beginning about adaptability, who adapts and who adapts the fastest. And that's pretty much how he's going. We heard from him earlier. He kind of undersold where he thought he was or how he would do, and he's certainly exceeded that performance.
You know, he confused me because he didn't love his car that much, but he always steps up, Chris. And what I love about Tyler Reddick, he's going to put it right on the edge. Whether you're at Darlington running the fence or Miami where we've seen him win the Xfinity championship, doesn't matter where he's at, he's going to give you all he's got every lap. And this type of racetrack plays right into his hands.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously has a little bit of a dirt background. I just think back to Fontana earlier this year, won both stages, led 90 laps, looked to have the car to beat, had a flat tire, cost him the win, but he's been the guy that we talk about the next first-time winner. Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, they are on that list and very deserving if he's able to get it done tonight.
But you got to watch Chase Briscoe. He's put himself in a
he's in the right position now.
He's on the outside row 2. He's going to shove Reddick. We've seen him be very aggressive. So we go back racing, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
And Reddick in his rear view mirror keeping an eye on Kyle Busch, but there may be some fuel issues there. A lot of fuel when the USFL inaugural season kicked off yesterday on Fox and NBC. Hope you saw that. It was an outstanding finish in the game in the final seconds when the Birmingham Stallions knocked off the New Jersey Generals. Next Saturday at noon Eastern, it's the Maulers and Stars, and then on FS1, 7 Eastern, Birmingham again will take on the Houston Gamblers. The Gamblers, a lot of gamblers out there, especially on the USFL. Let's see who's gambling in the booth with Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Clint Boyer.
Thanks, Chris. Well, when we restart, assuming Tyler Reddick takes the outside, which every leader has done tonight, he will have Chase Briscoe filling up his rearview mirror.
Oh, he absolutely will. Let's see if he'll answer. Let's dial up Chase Briscoe. Hey, Chase Briscoe, it's Boyer, DW, Mike Joy up in the booth. You got it? He doesn't have his guy. Didn't even have his helmet on. Maybe, watch this move.
Yeah, he's putting it on for you. Scrambling for the microphone there. Here we go.
He said, "Let me get in here."
Hey, Chase Briscoe, it's Boyer in the booth. You got us?
Come on, Chase.
He is talking, and
I think he's thinking about what he's going to do on that.
Let's see.
Try it's 14-1. Try bump it up one. See what that does.
Hey, Chase Briscoe, you got us?
No.
Nope, that one didn't work.
Maybe one more time. Chase Briscoe, you got us?
Yeah, I got you.
There you go. All right.
Hey, there you are, man. Hey, how about the night you've had? Start up front, go to the back because of mud, then go all the way back up to the front, back to the back again. Now, here you find yourself in 4th place if this thing goes green, right on the back bumper of that leader. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild night. We've kind of been back and forth all over the field, and felt like our car was really good there in the second stage. I didn't truthfully feel that great there those last 20, 30 laps, but, the terrain, I think, honestly probably helped me. I was a little better on the front end of that run. So, yeah, I feel like I'm kind of in the best spot for this restart. So we'll see if we can make some moves in this highpoint.com forward and see if we can get this thing in victory lane. It's definitely been fun from my vantage point. Hopefully it's been a good show for the fans. It's definitely been a lot of fun to drive.
I know driver introduction seems like it was a whole day ago, but did we see you carrying your son out for driver introductions? And if that's what I saw, what kind of thrill was that?
Yeah, that was super cool. Yeah, he's been out on pit road before, but hasn't been able to do the intros. And with here, we don't ride on the truck after, so it kind of made it easy. So, yeah, it was super cool to have Brooks out there and experience that moment. That's something that obviously he won't remember, but I'll remember for sure. So, definitely cool. Be cool to get a victory lane picture at the end of this deal with him. He wasn't at Phoenix, so we'll see if we can make that happen.
Hey, Chase, no pressure, buddy. This is DW. I chose you. I said you were going to win this race. And they said, no, he's way back there, 10th or 12th, and you're up there in 4th place with a really good shot. I'm pulling for you, but I hope you can pull it off.
Yeah, I appreciate it, DW. Pressure's definitely on, and if you pick me, hopefully I can make you proud. I feel like we've had good speed and good restarts. Hopefully we can capitalize.
All right, buddy, go do your thing. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Packer cars are grooming the track to get us ready for a restart. Here's Jamie Little.
Randall Burnett, the crew chief for Tyler Reddick, as you stand here, your driver sits there just waiting. What has this evening felt like for you, knowing how good you guys are, but it's the stop and start?
Yeah, it's been an up and down evening for us. Obviously, we've had a good weekend. We won our heat yesterday and had a good starting spot and kind of kept restarting on the bottom, kept losing spots. So had to do a little something different at the end of the stage, to get up front. And Tyler's done a great job maintaining up there, and he's got the best in the business right behind him, Kyle Busch. So looks like we might get going again. I don't know. There's another cell coming. We'll see. I don't know. I'm good with it right here, but we'll see.
Thank you. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. 28 laps to go here in Bristol. We're under our second red flag for rain, but you see the rain is abated, and they are grooming the track. Next week on Fox, something completely different.
Brush off that Bristol dirt and tighten those belts. We're putting the pedal to the metal at Talladega Super Speedway, with a reputation as the most dangerous track in NASCAR.
We're upside down.
Who can tame Talladega? It's the Geico 500 on FS1 and Fox.
We're excited about Talladega. Clint and I'll get to call the race with Dale Earnhardt Jr., the one-time Pied Piper of Talladega. We call him that because wherever he went, everybody wanted to follow.
Everything is fun. It's just, man, I love the infield. I love the atmosphere, the vibe of Talladega. Nothing like it, is there, DW?
Nobody. Go over on the boulevard. That's where you want to be. Yeah, I went over there with a few of the guys one time. Promised I'd never go back.
Is that when that infamous shirt of you in the motorhome with your shirt off came out?
Yeah, I had on the Earnhardt jacket.
Rough morning after Little Boulevard, isn't it?
It was ugly. It was pretty ugly, I got to say.
How about this place? We've raced here since 1961. The track has the same shape that it did then. The banking has been different. The surface has been different. When they built it, it sat 20,000 people when Larry Carrier and two partners built this track. Warner Hodgson owned it, Gary Baker, Lanny Hester owned it, went back to Larry Carrier, and when he sold it to Bruton Smith, they built this into the last great Coliseum. And here we are tonight, getting ready to run the final 28 laps of the Food City Dirt Race and see who comes out on top on the dirt.
This place has been host to so many good races over the years. By far and above my favorite racetrack ever. I've had a great time with my family here this weekend. A lot of good families around the camping area we were able to hang out with, and man, just so many good memories of a really, really cool racetrack.
I've never been to any other Coliseum, so if any other Coliseum in the world is like this one, I'd be pretty impressed.
Well, buddy, he's a pretty good gladiator at this one, I can tell you that.
I had good horses.
Well, we've talked about Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe. Between them sit Kyle Busch and Joey Logano. Logano, last year's winner. And Kyle Busch, if he wins, he will tie Richard Petty's all-time record of 18 straight seasons with a victory in the Cup Series consecutively.
Tell you one thing, I wouldn't count him out because he is after that 8 car. There's the king. There's old Rich.
Saw him in pre-race ceremonies this evening. "62 races since Richard Childress Racing has been to victory lane." That was Austin and Texas in 2020. Tyler Reddick with Austin Dillon sidelined with engine issues.
This Tyler Reddick has been knocking on the door, boys. I'm telling you, all season long, even last year, it's not, when, it's where.
Yeah.
And that where could be tonight. And if it's, again, if he gets beat here, it will be soon, I believe.
Well, it was Bill Goldberg, the wrestler and NFL player, who his trademark line was, "Who's next?" Well, who's next among first-time winners? Likely it's Tyler Reddick.
Yeah.
I remember at Phoenix when he and Briscoe started side by side.
But how about this season and this car and what we've seen? I mean, we were just a few laps from thinking Daniel Suarez, the other guy that's never won a race before, right? He almost won that race.
Yeah.
And now here it is with Tyler Reddick and his opportunity to win his first race. You just never know about this sport.
Reddick won the Xfinity Championship, didn't he? Driving for Dale Jr. Yeah. So and then he got in Childress's cars, and he's just been knocking on the door ever since.
We will restart with what looks like 26 lead lap cars, according to scoring. We'll sort it out here in a minute as they come around. Out of the race, Austin Dillon, Kurt Busch, Ross Chastain, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Justin Allgaier. 4 cars a lap or more down. The first of those being Noah Gragson 2 laps back, along with J.J. Yeley. So still a lot of contenders here with what's now 27 laps to go.
You know, I was just sitting here thinking, I've seen a lot of long races, right? And you two have been there for the call of so many of those things. And I'm looking at you, DW, you got your feet kicked up, you're ready for the action, put me back in, coach. But a dirt race. This is without a doubt the longest dirt race I've ever seen in my life. Most of them 50, 75, 100 laps, that's all you're going to see.
Well, so what kind of track condition are we going to have for these final 25 laps?
Well, it's funny you ask. Remember, Kyle Busch got high. It slid up too high, and that outside line hadn't come in. You're going to have to tiptoe around there if you're a Tyler Reddick, but you can't do it too much because you know Kyle Busch is going to come sliding in there. Joey Logano right there, last year's winner, and then this 14 car behind you. And you don't want to get up too high, but you don't want that 14 to do it first and get to your outside. That's what you can't have.
And we've already seen Briscoe pull that thread the needle move on one restart. We've seen Christopher Bell do it as well, and Bell is in 6th place. Kyle Larson is 7th. The 2 drivers who came in here pretty much as co-favorites based on their success on dirt.
Well, but look, Mike, we got Reddick, we got Kyle Busch, we got Joey Logano. He's sitting in 3rd place. We got Briscoe. We got Blaney. We got Bell. We got Larson. We got some contenders, man.
2 years ago, Joey Logano never sat in a dirt car to have its picture taken, much less drive one.
And all it takes is 2 cars to slip up, get into one another, and open the door up for Christopher Bell or a Blaney to get in there.
So
this is still very much anybody's race.
We have 25 laps to go. Anything can happen.
And probably will.
And probably will. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen our last caution.
If you're at your local dirt track, right now is when they're starting that 25-lap feature.
Yeah, it's exactly. That was my point earlier. Long race for a dirt race.
I love the way the inside guy tries to crowd that outside guy up, though. He tries to put that fender in his door.
We'll listen to Coleman Presley, Joey Logano's spotter on this restart.
1, 2. Still outside.
There's the push for the 14, and he tried to get in there.
Yep.
Side, still there, quarter, bumper.
Lost
clear,
the
clear,
nose.
clear.
Slid up the racetrack. Kyle Busch back to 2nd.
Kyle Busch is on a mission. I'm telling you, I'd be.
Briscoe can get under Kyle if he can catch him.
He's got the ponies to do it. I've got that 14 been fast on the straightaway. And he gets in the corner really, really nice.
Little greasy yet. Kyle Busch slid up, kind of a 4-wheel drift, if you will. Let the 14 get back underneath of him.
Oh, baby.
Seems like it's a little better in 1 and 2 than it was in 3 and 4, sorry.
Christopher Bell just had a big slide in the middle of turn 2. Blaney gets to him as Briscoe goes for 2nd.
Boy, if Briscoe could get around Kyle right now, I think he might have a shot, but it's going to take something special to get around Kyle.
Oh, he's into him.
Kyle Busch is not going to give up that outside. That's working pretty good for him.
And Chase Briscoe knows with every lap that outside keeps getting better and better. He needs to get by him quick if he can. I think he's going to get a job done this time.
Baby.
Good job.
He's trying. He's trying.
25 races since Kyle Busch has gone to victory lane.
And remember, Mr. Opportunity is sitting there in 4th place. Don't count him out either.
Beating with the gas that time, but man, Kyle Busch just gets such a good drive off of the corner. I tell you who loves this is that Tyler Reddick. When he looks in the mirror and sees these cars side by side racing each other.
Yeah, he's saving his stuff. I thought I saw the 22 shift that time. Logano.
Now maybe Briscoe could clear Kyle Busch and set sail on the leader, Reddick.
He did it. He got him.
There he goes.
Let's see what Briscoe does now. Is he going to use the bottom? Is he going to use the top?
Logano and Kyle Busch got into each other pretty hard enough that smoke flew off the tires.
Whoa. I saw that 48 and the 20. They're banging on each other. Everybody's pushing, shoving, beating, banging.
It's only 17 to go.
Hurry, boys, hurry.
Got to go now. Briscoe is gaining on Reddick. It may take most of these 17 laps to catch him, but at this rate, he will.
He sure is.
It's going to be a nail biter.
Knocked another 10th off that last lap.
Well, catching him's one thing.
That's exactly right. I took the words out of my mouth. Catching him's one thing, passing him's another.
Well, look, one guy has a win, and one guy doesn't. The guy that doesn't have a win, he's going to be pretty hard to get around.
You see Chase Briscoe got in the corner, lost his nose. This 8-car Tyler Reddick seems like he keeps that point a little bit better than the 14 that's been so strong all night.
It looks like the 14 might be a little bit tight. He was pushing the nose a little bit and is causing the car to get a little bit loose. I've seen him done that a number of times.
Reddick gained 2/10 that lap.
Hey,
4th place here.
That 5 of Kyle Larson, he ain't done yet either.
Now, inside, quarter clear.
Oh, track's pretty racy right now.
All the way to the top in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, baby.
12 laps to go this time.
Saw that fire again coming out of the 14 up off the corner. Tells me he's shifting.
Oh, yeah.
Is that going to be the winning combination?
Well, by running in Reddick's tire tracks, he is not gaining.
He looks like
Reddick woke up and answered the call the last time.
I think Bristol a little bit better in 3 and 4, but Reddick's a whole lot better in 1 and 2.
That was a big lap. A 74 on Reddick to a 58 in Briscoe. He's catching him.
He's getting in his draft.
Big dive into 3 by Briscoe.
Oh, he
gets to within half a second.
He's looking at him now.
10 to go this time, by 3. Break 5 if you need it.
10 to go. Tyler Reddick spotter.
Oh, yeah. Getting up off that corner now.
2 car lengths is the gap.
But
oh, it just really increased
that time.
Briscoe
Gave it up.
got too high.
Yeah, I lost a 10th and a half that last lap because of that.
Trying too hard. Slow down. Go faster.
Eight laps to go this time.
When I say slow down and go faster, back off a little early. You're overdriving the corner and getting the car washed up the hill. Back off a little earlier. And that way you get back in the gas quicker and you come off the corner better. So you got to slow down to go faster.
Track's drying up really fast at a rapid pace on this outside.
4th place. 3 cars want it. Who will get it?
Well, I don't know, but that 14 is coming fast.
Another 10th, 88 to a 78.
But only 7 to go.
You know what's happening now? Reddick's looking in his mirror.
That's right.
He's starting to look behind him.
Lead battle on the left, 4th place battle on the right.
Right there is what I wanted to see, though. You saw Chase Briscoe change his lineup, tried to run the bottom. Now he lost another 10th. That's going to be like we were talking about. Catching him's one thing, passing him's another.
Yeah, I think he can get to him, but just don't see him getting by him.
Traffic will not be a factor. Don't think they'll catch those lap cars.
Yeah, Reddick's better.
5 to go, still by 4.
Reddick's better in 3 and 4.
One thing that might come into the equation is lap traffic, guys.
They could catch the tail end of the pack.
And what we got?
4 laps, coming to 4 to go.
Could be, but it's going to take a pretty bold move for that 14 to get by that 8, I can tell you. He's going to have to do something pretty drastic.
Well, he's got a few.
Oh, he knows what to do.
He's way better than him in 1 and 2.
Yeah,
he needs to just ride in 3 and 4.
He overdrives 3 and 4. He gets it up the hill too much.
See right there, picked up a push.
Yeah.
Behind him, has to wait on the throttle. Struggling in 3 and 4.
Yeah. He got 1 and 2 down pat, but 3 and 4 he struggled.
3 to go. I'm nervous for you, girl.
I am too.
Traffic on the low side. Leaders have the high groove to themselves.
Briscoe slipped up again.
Yep, too high.
3 and 4 is money. Don't change anything. Do not get greedy in 1 and 2.
I agree with you, Spot.
2 to go.
Oh, baby, he closed up big time out off of 2.
He did.
Traffic stays to the bottom.
Oh, don't get
White
loose.
flag's going to wave. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Here it comes.
Back, white flag. Still inside.
1 chance.
He lost his nose a little bit on the 8. He's right on him.
He's there. This
Will
could
he
be
go
big.
for a slide job?
He's gonna
This is
slide
it.
job
There
him
it
right
goes.
there. Here he goes.
Win for it.
Down to the bottom. Slides up into him. Who's going to save it? Neither one. They both spin out.
Kyle Busch.
And Kyle Busch
is gonna win barely.
steals one.
Holy cow. Tyler Reddick. Oh.
I told you he's going to take a drastic move.
Damn right. Good work.
Unbelievable.
Richard says, oh, man.
Oh, what a heartbreaker.
That is. That's just terrible. That's just terrible.
You saw it coming. You knew he was going to try. And honestly, I don't blame him. But you can't make that move. I don't. I don't blame him a bit. But, man, it's a tough one to... That's a tough pill to swallow if you're Tyler Reddick.
Let's go to the Goodyear aerial and have a look at the last lap.
He gets a run, gets his car rotated better. I saw the 8 car kind of push up a little bit, and you knew it was coming, folks. Went for the old slide job. Reddick knew it was coming, drove it off in there hard as well. 14 gets into him and spins them both out.
Goodness gracious. You had to do it, but you hate to see it.
I don't know that you had to do it.
Yeah.
But he did it.
I think 14. I think if you're in 14, you had to do something. If you're going to try to win the race, these wins are hard to come by, man.
And here comes the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Oh,
just barely.
So close.
Wow. So Kyle Busch will capture the flag. And I'm reminded of all the things that Kyle Busch said about drivers who snuck up and stole one at the checkered flag. Well, tonight is his turn.
Well, he hasn't stole many, but he definitely had a gift there.
That's the most laps that Tyler Reddick has ever led in a race. He led the most, 99. Kyle Busch,
take the bow.
60 NASCAR Cup Series wins, 9th on the all-time list. And 18 straight seasons, Kyle Busch goes to victory lane in the NASCAR Cup Series, tying Richard Petty's career record for consecutive seasons with a victory.
I wonder.
Jamie Little.
Well, Kyle Busch has said many times this year, things just haven't gone your way. The last lap, what do you have to say about how that one ended, giving you your first win of the year?
Yeah, we got one. You know, it doesn't matter how you get them. It's all about getting them. So just can't say enough. Man, I feel like Dale Earnhardt Sr. right now. This is awesome. I didn't even do anything. Just a testament to our team and Joe Gibbs Racing, Toyota, M&M's. Appreciate the crunchy cookie Camry TRD here and it being fast enough to stay in contention, fast enough to see those guys. I don't know why we just couldn't fire off after the rain. Every time it rained, both times, it just would not fire. And it took it about 20 laps to get going. So overall, just real pumped to be back, real pumped to get a win. This one means a lot. You know, I can win on any surface here at Bristol. Bring it on, baby.
Kyle Busch wins it here on Easter Sunday.
Well, very tough finish for Tyler Reddick. Seemed like he did everything right tonight. Tyler, talk me through turns 3 and 4. What took place over there, and what are the emotions right now?
Well, I don't think I did everything right, to be honest with you, Regan. You know, Briscoe was able to run me back down there, and he was in, you know, he just looking at it, you know, I should have done a little bit better job of just, you know, I don't know. I shouldn't let him get that close. You know, he ran me back down, worked really hard to do that. And, I mean, you're racing on dirt, going for the move on the final corner. It's everything that, you know, as a driver you hope to battle for in his situation, and it made it really exciting for the fans. So it does suck, but we were able to finish second still. And if I'm being honest, you know, I should have done a better job and pulled away, so, you know, he wasn't in range to try and make that move. That's how I look at it.
Thanks, Tyler. Chase has actually walked up over here behind us. Chase.
I tried, I was going to spin out, I think, either way. And then I was like, oh, please don't get him with the right rear. Please don't get him with the right rear. And I saw it, but I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know.
Hey, you did have a job running me down.
I kept trying. I was driving it so hard. I couldn't run it any harder. But
It's
I'm
all
sorry.
good.
I wish you would have won.
I needed to drive away, and I mean, I let you get close. So
That's all right.
on me.
I just wanted to apologize.
It's all good.
Yeah, anybody, that's fun, though.
Until next time.
Yeah.
That's dirt racing. He had an opportunity, went for it, man. Both drivers. Now, I disagree with Tyler Reddick. He did everything possible to win this race, led those laps. That 14 car, in my opinion, was the fastest car on the racetrack all night long. He was going to run whoever the leader was down if you gave him the opportunity.
Tyler Reddick led the most laps, got his 4th career second-place finish. Kyle Busch becomes the surprise winner in Bristol. "18 of you went 6 for 6 playing Clint's game, and You'll split $25,000 pending verification of eligibility. Congratulations. What a wild night in Bristol, and a kind of predictable turn 3 and an unpredictable finish. For me, the greatest comment of the night was Kyle Busch listening to the fans and going, and I didn't even do anything except win.
Yeah, well, I got to ask Boyer something. What if it had been Jeff Gordon driven under you like that? What would it be like when the race was over with?
Well, he better not have came at me laughing. And, man, that was too bad. I got spun out.
I'm sorry.
I promise you it wasn't Richard Childress who come up and said that. So it would have probably been a different outcome. But, man, you're right. You saw it coming. He got a run at him, had that opportunity. And, honestly, at any race car driver, that's what you expect. If he wouldn't have taken the opportunity or, and tried to do that, make that move, it'd have been hard to pull for a guy like that. So, man, hats off to both of those guys. Hats off to everybody. What a great event this has been. A lot of challenges, a lot of adversity with the rain and things like that. We haven't got a clean one yet, but, man, it sure was fun.
And by the way, thank y'all for letting me be with you this weekend. I've
Great to have you with
loved
us.
every minute of
fun.
it. My favorite racetrack, 2 of my favorite people. Thank you.
Great job by Steve Swift and his group preparing this track again and again and again so that we could get this finished off in high style. On the final corner, Chase Briscoe goes for it all, gets into Tyler Reddick, who spins around, keeps going for second place, and Kyle Busch throttles across the line and steals the win. Chris Myers in the studio will take you home right after this.